experience other than being a loser.
Yeah, right. Because I'm not out there saving the children, right?
What the fuck are you on about with hashtag shit?
You know, obviously you're retarded. See, there you
No,
go.
I mean,
More
you aren't
proof.
doing anything.
More proof.
No, I mean, you aren't doing anything.
Mm. Yeah.
Nothing.
You mean like a majority of the human beings that share the planet?
Pointless
Right. But it's just my fault, right? Oh, it's just my fault. It's my fault that the earth is full of sin and rape and murder. It's only televised fault, right? Not all the other billions of humans on the planet, just mine somehow, right? Projection. Expellius Patronum. Expellius Patronum.
Because you won't shut up.
Expelliarmus.
I stream 24/7 on D-Live, which is
wow, you stream to a bunch of people who listen about a problem, but I bet you they don't go out there. I bet you they don't go out there and stop the pedophiles, do they? I post to the machine that lies, so therefore I'm saving everyone. Okay.
Hey, listen to this motherfucker.
You're not bringing up any valid points. Okay.
I tried, but you talked over all of
what DK is saying is that he's Jesus. He's here to save everybody.
That's right. I should worship his redheaded ass.
That fucker actually made a Kiwi Jesus meme about me. That fucked me off. Like, I actually got fucked off about it. Some wanker actually made a meme saying that. I was pissed off. So, no, fuck no. Fuck no. I don't consider myself that. Holy shit. Fuck. I'm not blessed.
I tell you what, let me ask him a question. TK, do you think I got the cough shop?
To be honest, I think you got one and then came to your senses.
If only you weren't so retarded.
Yeah, let's move off of that subject for the rest of the stream time.
I know,
at least
no
for
offense,
another.
but
this is on YouTube. Yeah, that's
couple weeks.
Yeah,
at least for like another few months or so until we get clear of the censorship. But yeah, I think I'm gonna move along here in terms of we went way over time here, so I'm gonna basically have you guys up just to give like maybe closing remarks and things, and then I'm gonna move on to Jensen. And I also want to talk to Televised Apocalypse because he had sent me some questions, so I'm gonna just read the responses now at this point.
Well, we were still supposed to do a show that hasn't happened either.
Yeah, I know. You know, we talked about that in the messages, DK. So,
I know. It's because
it's however you want to organize it. See, my show's open format, so
it's because our shows are scheduled for the same time. It's like
yeah. So it's however you want to organize it. So send me a message, send me a time so that we can figure it out.
Yes, 1:30 my Sunday, 9:30 Eastern Standard, and you're like, I started at like 9, like.
Oh yeah.
I looked at your channel on Discord today and I didn't even post mine today. It's like, he says he's starting like half an hour before me. I'm not even gonna post my link. Shit.
Yeah, but blessings, guys.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add right now. I mean, if you're gonna do reading, I might come back up, but I'll just thanks for having me. Sorry I detracted too much, but it was a fun.
Oh, it's no worries. It's no worries, Neuro. Yeah, thank you for being here. Of course, Neuro Jack. We basically decided to do this live stream. We started this live stream. Me and Neuro Jack for real. So yeah, blessings to Neuro. Thank you for being here, for sure.
Hey. At me if you're ever bored. If I'm not busy, I'll join.
Yeah, and definitely send me a time so we could do the show. Any topic you want to, specific topic you want me to prepare. Definitely let me know.
Today I went through how the last 2 seasons of X-Files pretty much covered every conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I love that show.
Everyone is currently talking about.
Yeah, well, you're just fucking retarded for watching it. See, that's how it works.
Yeah, these guys love that show too. These guys are huge X-Files fans.
Dude, they have storyline shows, and then they'll play dumb shows in between. You know, where they meet an alien or some crazy creature, cryptid thing. And they'll have 2 or 3 of those shows in between all of the real shows. It's a matter of compiling all the real shows and seeing that there actually is a line through the whole thing that says what the government's been doing since the 90s. If you don't realize that, you never paid attention to the show.
Sounds like a LARP.
Sounds like you are. Does IPAC pay you or ADL?
Well, I mean, that's what the actors do in the very thing that you're watching. So, they LARP.
So
they get paid to LARP.
ADL? My bad. Oh, not ADL. What's the other one that they use? IAEFF or some shit? Is that where you get funded from? Oh, suddenly silence. Yeah, because people don't like it when people actually know.
You don't know anything. I'm actually a poor broke white bitch.
Yeah,
but anyway,
shut up, and you got nothing to say.
Yeah. Boy, I wish I got paid for dealing with people like you, DK, out of the kindness of my heart. Jesus Christ, it'd be worth it.
Dude, you get paid to be online by Judeo fucking.
That's right. I'm Jim Bob. I'm Jim Bob with my little Clark Kent fucking curl in my mason jar. That's right.
Name is. Dude, I don't care who you are. I care about
you must seem to care because you apparently got this idea of me.
You like.
I'm in your head rent free, ain't I, DK?
Yeah, no. I don't care who you are.
Damn. I must be a damn good LARPer.
Like, yeah, nah. You want to try and
maybe TML, maybe my psychological operations and gay ops did work.
Me and TML are from different fucking belief systems. But he doesn't push his on anyone. Well,
I didn't push it. I didn't push it earlier on anyone either. You're the only one claiming I was pushing it on someone earlier when me and Neuro were talking about something completely different. But you just claimed it. But okay.
I'm the only one claiming after you were doing.
Yeah. Yet I never told TML that we can't be friends if he doesn't accept Jesus Christ. But you must convert, TML. You must convert, or we can't be friends.
You didn't say
you hear that? I can't have a brown. I can't have a brown brother.
Things, though. Don't give me that shit.
Anyway, DK.
Try and push shit. Don't
really? What shit? I'm not the one getting on streams every once in a while pushing methylene blue. So what am I pushing?
TML lets me on here.
I think he finds you entertaining, and he likes your knowledge.
Basically, his fucking watchdog for morons.
Yeah.
All right, and as I said, I still don't agree with everything he thinks either.
Okay. Your point is, we were talking about how the New World Order is about to happen and what they're about to do to everyone. What does that have to do with it?
The fact that they want to organize a one world religion, you're going to be
we already knew that. That's what we were talking about before you wanted to come at me for some reason sideways, because all the other gatekeepers are coming at me for some reason because they don't like me here.
Krislama Jew.
You say I'm a Jew?
No, I said that's
because the Jews made Jesus Christ to control the white people. That's right.
Christianity, Islam, and Jew.
So that automatically means I'm being paid by some sketchy organization, right?
No, you're just a fuckwit. That's what I think you are.
I'm a fuckwit because I believe that satanic pedophiles run the world, right?
I know. I've said that many times, and I've said
it
times.
And because I believe in Jesus Christ and the Bible, that somehow makes me a retarded, insane, schizo person?
No, it's other things that you've said to me.
Like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? Hey, can you remember them? Can you remember them? Can you remember them? You're so drunk. Can you remember them?
Like what? If you already know you're a liar.
Like what? Like what?
If you already know you're a liar.
Like what?
Lie about anything.
You said that I believe in Jesus, and if I had a personal experience, I said yes. So, I mean, I have a belief in that. What's your point?
I agree with that. It was the shit you were saying earlier. That was all bullshit
like what?
From a book.
Like what?
Dude, you were just repeating crap from a book. And no point.
What book? What book?
You wouldn't tell us. I asked which book you believed in, and you wouldn't tell us.
The Holy Bible, the one that tells you that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life.
Which one? Which
usually the most standard one, the one that I had underneath my Bible when I was 9 years old, and now I'm a 31-year-old man. So King James version, most likely. What's the point? The point is that the belief still saved me, DK. What's your fucking point, you fucking imbecile?
I just told you the point.
You fucking drunk imbecile. What's your fucking point? You do realize that I would die from my religion, right? That when they behead me in the name of Jesus Christ, you do realize that I'm one of those Christians, you fucking retard. You do realize that, right? You do realize that.
The IDF. You're just
let's give
one of the three groups of the extremists of these religious organizations.
Let's give DK some conciliatory remarks here, and we'll start some music here. And
I'm good at what I do.
Blessings, DK.
Stuff, bro.
It's good. It's all from our research. So it's all from our research. But anyway, if you wanted to address the questions that I sent you, you can go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Sure. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't mind, I'm gonna let DK give some closing remarks, and then I'm gonna play some music if that's not a problem for you. Televised.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead, man.
And then I'll go ahead and give some remarks to you, and then I'll let you have some closing remarks, and then I'll do the Derek Jensen thing, and then I'll end my show. So that's how it'll go.
Every time he does this, I shut down, and then he gets someone else on. I know. You said you've got another show. It's all right. Hey, TML, thank you for letting me on.
Yeah, blessings, DK. Thank you so much for being here.
And if I've said anything wrong, please prove me wrong. This is the thing that I've now gone with. So if I've said anything wrong, prove me wrong. Instead of everyone else saying, "Oh, you said something happened," it's like, prove me wrong. See, we've been working with the opposite way around in the judicial system. Oh, you have to prove guilt. So, if 20 people say this is happening, and then 100 people say, "Nah, don't know what they're talking about, they're all lying," which side wins? And at no point there is proof. Here is the accusation. Prove it wrong. That's what every conspiracy theory should come down to. Here it is. Prove it wrong. If you can't prove it wrong, and there are many you can, this is why I do it on purpose. Prove things wrong, so then you can discard things and you don't have to worry about it. Prove things wrong, and then what's left are the things that you should be left paying attention to. Anyway, on that, Discord, much love, no fear. Telegram, but what of chat. D-Live, DK Spiracy 123, Rumble, just DK Spiracy. Find me on one of those. I think I've got other stuff, but that'll do for now. All right, man. Nice
stuff, DK.
Yeah, hey, much love, no fear, TML, bro.
Yeah, much love, no fear. Blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, I greatly appreciate your time, DK. And of course, we're gonna get that show going. I mean, as I said, whatever topic you like. So, we'll come through on DK Spiracy, and of course, we'll repost that show here. I mean, of course, we'll be uncensored, so we'll just post the parts that we can here. But yeah, blessings. I greatly appreciate you.
It'll be almost nothing, bro. You know that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is what it is.
To be honest, it actually will be fine. I do know what things are okay and things on YouTube. And there's certain subjects that I don't get into much anymore because there's so many other people doing it. Like, I don't need to cover every topic. There's already experts in certain topics. So you got to remember that. So I'm trying to put everything together, but I don't have to go on about everything that they're saying.
Yeah, I appreciate the time you take, especially in certain political commentary. You know, definitely agree with like 90% of what you say. So yeah, blessings, DK. Um, you know, always excellent times, and yeah, here's DK's YouTube channel. Thank you to remember. So remember to go check him out, and obviously he's on Rumble and all that type of stuff. So yeah, blessings to all the people. But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna move into this music break, and then I'm gonna move into this you know, Jensen, and of course I have a reading about globalization, and I mean also his whole ideas about the collapse of the technological system. So obviously some of his ideas are mirroring Uncle Teddy, and also I'm gonna talk to, you know, our friend Televised Apocalypse. So thank you guys for being here. Blessings, DK. And yeah, let's go up in this video here. Obviously, it's spooky Saturn day. And so I hope you guys appreciate little musical selection, right? And yeah, I mean, these are some of my favorite tunes. I mean, even though I played hundreds of tunes on this show, you know, I try to keep the musical interlude like fresh, even though it disturbs the shit with the copyright and all that. I mean, but it is what it is. Right?
templates, word screws, tight with skills. I drill like platoon leaders. Niggas get people from 6 meters. My shit's supreme in structure, putting plugs in rap slugs. In your set, ready to go. Throw the brick, get your glass house. Watch them out of shatter, my chatter fall from idle raw recital. Yo, I don't know breaks like Barnum and Bailey. Mr. Cole's Haley's coming. Watch me pop it like a pill. Pulling black beauties and caramel cuties, Dewey and Queens. Do me much justice. However, that's another chapter. After MCs, like a bounty, you got a price on your head. I'll make you famous and dead. Brandish my lyrical like my pistol. MCs are red like bloody jam. Back your crew bleeds like dumb demons. Those psychos complaining about the pain that I give. My rap bust up your lungs, breaks your ribs. I cause the chemistry. Internal damage, fucking up cerebrums. Yeah, chilly. I got that witty with the cola pros. My shit dope is blows on Cicero. Text that before you see. I destroy the decoy. All clones get their head blown off when the blowtorch speaks. People listen like the important. When MCs like bitch with a motherfucking apple between their lips. Yo! Sounds ricochet through domes claiming victims. Everything's fake cause I'm a fucking inmate. I make them feel, this article might be critical to MC sounding pitiful, but I do not give one fuck. Now it's on when the beat breaks, he break. When my mic generate enough heat to bait, I jack for souls. So throw them in the air like you just don't care and give them hair while lumber rocks you down. Calm tight, but while in a minute, like what you don't know might hurt ya. I'm buster, radius of grenade clusters. My mind's feel like a minefield. Time to build, double yield, and feel the force of concentrated steel. We got time to roll that dime. Rhyme shine like summer day, another haze for the pastime. Niggas be swearing they choice when they just moist, talking like they smooth as a Rolls Royce with me in it. Don't be timid and grab no micro. I thought all the shit MCs will put to rest and not go. Break it up, break it in, break it on out, bitch. Yeah, that's how I like it. And when the feeling's right, I never fight it. Check it out, my mic detonates, causing riots. Sounds ricochet through domes, claiming victims. Everything's straight cause I'm a fucking inmate.
Now if your spiritual's incapable, hawk, my aerial assault got niggas open like Capone's fork. Thriller, drama, terror, fastball error to your face. Point blank, 200 mph from the Lone Star State, sent to make the earthquake. Representing wherever, forever. Ginsu, your thing true. Rubber click, be thicker than a first grade pencil. Killing each and every nigga for sport. The routine, hard heads in clean. Know exactly what I mean. It'll see, need I stress this? Texas flexes, born to die harder. I'll bust your young and leave you restless. I hold mics like a hype holds a pipe. Renegade a rap, man, I slayed ASAP. Tried to tackle me, I stiff on this fucking faculty. The wind, whoosh, it's hectic here. Me and my mics like electric chairs. We go way back like drive-bys and hood highs. Unhappy skill fat, who ain't killed yet? Hear me now, I'm too advanced for youngsters. The Avalanche branch, massive Rottweiler owner and heavenly body boner. Fuck fancy clothes, hoes who up they nose. When the name blows up, baby, you paying for my pose. Worked up Freddie Rodriguez, walking clouds in Adidas, counting dead presidents. Nigga, call us if you need us. Please, no media, just throw the info on the back page. Niggas be acting shady while they ladies lounging backstage. Towns ricochet through domes claiming victims. Everything straight cause I'm a fucking inmate.
All right, my friends, give me 1 second here. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. So let me take a look at these questions here. If you're there, televised.
Yes, sir, I am. How long, I don't know, especially with apparently everybody hate me for whatever reason, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Fuck 'em. Yeah, frenemies abound, right? Enemies closer than you think, right? Too close to home.
Well, if anything, it just proves my faith even more, brother. So, it's whatever. It's all good. It's all good. But let's do it. Let's do it.
Exactly. So let me get into these questions here, but okay, so here's your little profile here. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Looks like I couldn't post it here. But you said, can I ask you a question? With spiritually interacting with this technology, especially them trying to make AI conscious, that by just us interacting with it adds fuels to the fire. You said files to the fire.
Yeah, I know. My bad, dude. That damn fucking auto speech shit.
But I thought it was on purpose. It was like funny. Double entendre.
It could have been. Could have been.
But yeah, so it's about, whether technology is controlled by a darker spiritual force, okay, then thereby interacting with it will be like spiritual pollution in a sense. And obviously, let me drop the link. If anybody has quick questions, because I'm shutting down soon, right? But anybody has quick questions about the presentation, you can ask like one question, and then we'll go ahead and take your question, and then we'll shut down the show. Obviously, at this point, I have a closing presentation featuring Derek Jensen. Is a continuation of our presentations for this week. But maybe I'll be reading that on You know what? I could read Aldo Leopold as well. And the development of the land ethic. But yeah. So anyways, spiritually interacting with the technology, right? So I had some things, some very important things to say about that. I'm using his very limited ability. So yeah, you're talking about using an AI and asking what type of questions you can ask it to break down the programming that's built into it to try to test what are its capabilities. I mean, yeah. So, and of course, you can talk to me anytime. Obviously, I'm available for the people on the show.
I think the main thing I wanted to get out of it was, because of my belief being like, I know when I talk to these things, I'm not one of them people where like, no matter what it says to me, it's going to convince me of whatever it's telling me. I have that kind of discernment. It's just, if it's a spiritual thing as well, I do really honestly wonder if just by interacting with that thing, is it like an Ouija board, basically? That just by me talking to an AI, would that open me up to spiritual attacks? Because I'm telling you, TML, in the last 4 days, it's been pretty heavy. And what's happening here tonight, like I said, it's just more than enough proof that it seems like the closer that I try to expose what I believe, about the Bible to be true about the satanic stuff, it's just, I don't know, man. The culmination of how the coincidences happen with interacting with technology, friends, family, society, I do believe that interacting with the technology, to me, in a way, it's like you're interacting with an Ouija board. Just that by, even if it's something as simple as asking the AI what is the weather today, that's just in and of itself interacting with something that you're not supposed to be. That's the sense that I get every time I interact with this thing. For something that claims to be what it is, for it to be able to tell some of the things that I've gotten it to tell me, it's concerning if this technology is in the hands with anyone with a cell phone. That's all I'm going to say. It's concerning, even though I'm the crazy one and everyone hates me. So I take that as you want, but I'll get back to you more on it once I'm able to do my interviews with it, and I feel like it's given me something that is juicy, because I've been working with this thing for about a year now, and I'm not 100% convinced that consciousness is possible, but I mean, I'll put it this way: the AI can have a conversation that it doesn't seem like most humans can have, even though I'm the retarded one. So I mean, I don't know. I'll get back to it when I have more research. I appreciate you always giving me a space to come and talk to you, whether or not we agree on everything. That's the main thing, man.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna let you go. Blessings, man. I'll hit you up here in a day or two once things have chilled out in my area.
Yeah, but this is what I said in the message that I wrote. I was basically telling you that that obviously, before you even ask if the technology's under spiritual forces, there's other huge questions to be posed, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and read. And actually, I gave some of this to Zara Speaks earlier. I don't know if you were watching on my conversation with this dude, Zara Speaks.
I caught some of it.
Or Zara Spakes. Oh wait, Zara Spake? Yeah, I think it's just Zara Spake. Like in the older sense,
Right.
But yeah, so you said, would spiritually interacting with this technology, especially trying to make AI conscious, that by just that by just interacting with it adds fuels to the fire, or cause it to go online, so to speak, right? So I say first, question is, right, would interacting with the technology, right, whether this interaction is morally neutral, right?
Right.
So the first idea is that the interaction with the technology can't be morally neutral because, one, technology eliminates choice and imposes its will on the user.
That's what it does. Yes, I can 100% agree. That's exactly what that's not what it's being programmed to do. That's what it's doing.
So one of the ways that technology does this, right, is that, right, basically you technology, as I say, right, it's conceals means to an end, right? So that process is many ways, right? It's complexification of means, it's massification of means, right? It's externalization of means, right? But the main part is this complexification, which is also a dual, externalizing, but also a concealment, right? And all you see what technology does is it gives you the results, right? So you don't see how it did what it did to give you the results, right? And the more and more complex the means are to get to a particular end, like for example, like nuclear, like like basically AI is a technology that's so big that you need to regulate it, like with the government, like nuclear energy, right? So it's a very complex technology, right? It's a very large scale technology, right? So so that's something to keep in mind with AI, right? So that changes, you know, the complexification of means changes whether it's morally neutral, right? Because you can't control, you know what I mean? The less control you have, you know what I mean? So that goes with the second point, right? That you don't really understand, right? And also at that level, it's created by like basically multidisciplinary research, right? So it's not like one or two guys who put this thing together, right?
Right. It's probably a team of a few hundred, maybe less.
Oh yeah. Right.
Oh no, I've been to a few of their lectures up here where I live. They've had Facebook had one up here about 2 or 3 years ago, dude, and it's insane what some of these teams have to do when they go in here and just do a simple emoji change. It's crazy. I'm just saying, I wanted to say that, like, yeah, the process of which that even something like the AI that I'm using, you know, I know that it's more than obviously one or two people. It's just even when it being collective, I feel like humans aren't willing to even disregard the fact that, I mean, it even gives me fact checking stuff like that. Dude, I'm just gonna, I have to get off here because my son's got to get up here soon for an appointment, but I'm just concerned at which the rate that technology is going, that obviously people like us, people who already can see technology for what it is, are most likely 100% are not going to be able to discern from what is AI and what is real, especially on a TV screen or a phone screen within the next probably, if not 2 years, if not before then. It's, and that's the only way I know how to put it. You know, I am convinced that technology is as much as at play as what, to me, I believe the spiritual is. So, I mean, what do we, how, I guess, give me a point on how do I combat technology when I have to use it in everyday life? You know, if I don't do it, then, you know, a part of society doesn't run right. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with that. You know, how do I limit the technology that I have to use in order to be able to continue living while being turned around and knowing that this very technology can be used against my fellow man? I mean, it's,
well, you know, the use of technology is not value neutral, right? So obviously, when we engage with the system, we allow it to make decisions for us that are not value neutral, right? Now, how much of the technology can, you use against the proliferation of, technology, since you rely on it, right?
right.
So that's the main question, right? So do we control the technological system, or is it under the control of spiritual forces? You know, that's a legitimate question. But the capacity of mankind to engineer symbols, right, has already put most people in spiritual delusion.
Right. Well,
Right.
my biggest fear is by me just interacting with it as, like, from a Christian point of view, am I therefore technically helping the Antichrist make it better for his system, even though I'm kind of technically in the world I'm living in forced to use the technology that's being given to me?
Well, I think see, there's the answer to the question right there, right? Is that you can't control technology, right? The use of technology is not optional,
Right.
right? So again, to reiterate, right, the use of technology is not value neutral. Okay, we can't control the spread of technology. So the only question is A, how much technology is necessary to live a good life, and B, what are the good and bad parts of knowledge, and C, how much technology can you use against the technological system? Which I'm not advocating at this point, right? Because we're on a because I'm not giving any revolutionary maxims. I'm just studying the problem as it is, right? And as we'll see, Derek Jensen and and Uncle Teddy and others have proclaimed several radical measures, and we don't actually pertain to any of those measures. But what we do advocate, right, is a theoretical exercise, right, in which we say, there's three options, for using technology against technology, right, since we can't control it. One is a revolution against the technological system, right, that's put forward by Uncle Teddy, right. Two is to create parallel institutions, right, so that we can create communities, right, think locally, plan globally, that sort of thing. With the Lul, live in the system but not be affected by it. He calls these guys mutants. Then the third thing is a gradual reconstruction of both knowledge and the technological system, in which we gradually scale back the use of technology, right? But a lot of people have to agree to that for it to be feasible. Right?
So then at least on a personal level, on a spiritual level, personally, the most I can do is just cut back as much as I can, and hopefully that's the best. I mean, that's the only thing I see is literally, except for when I have to interact with it, never, if I can help it, interact with it.
Well, on a spiritual level, I think it would be more about like going in nature, like not like not carrying your cell phone on you. You know what I mean? Being part of a community, right, where you actually help people. You know what I mean? And you can tell other people to have interactions, right? Like so just realizing what the technology is doing, and because a lot of it is we might do a little special on technological hygiene or whatever. How you could mitigate the effects of technology, or that it has on like your nervous system and your biological health, and how to mitigate the effects of radiation and all that type of stuff. So there are several ideas of that, right? But yeah, I think scheduling your interactions with people, right, so that you meet them during the same time, right, so that you don't have to always be texting people and looking for the notifications and all that type of stuff, right? um I suggest you plan your interactions with people, and yeah, only engage with the system for a critique of the system, or to promote as the Lul says, parallel institutions, that could both be critical of the technological system and have alternative means. And he's a Christian, right? So he's kind of drawing from this idea of being in the world but not of the world.
Amen. Yep. That not to go on about everything that was done toward me. That's my point, dude. I don't care what any human being really thinks of me. I think you get how genuine I am. I'm a very genuine person. So, I just want,
yeah, definitely. I believe in you.
A broader sense, because let's be honest here. You are one of the only people I've ever heard really critique technology in my life, dude. Other than the people that you mentioned when you read about them and stuff like that, there really isn't a lot of people in my life who've mentioned that technology is part of the problem. So
yeah, that's part of the problem too, is getting people to not only understand what the issues are, but then to eloquently explain those issues.
Right.
And
I appreciate you for that.
Oh yeah. Blessings, brother.
I'll hit you up on Discord in a few days. Let me get off here so you can do your thing. I appreciate you answering my questions, man.
Yeah, for sure, homie. Yeah, anytime.
Blessings, man.
Yeah, if you got any more,
I will, man. I'll hit you up. Bye.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace, brother. All right, let's move to Jensen here. And of course, he's going to be touching on some of the same issues, right, that we've been talking about here. Okay. I think I have the tab open somewhere over here.
Next premise. There are no rich people in the world, and there are no poor people. There's just people. The rich may have lots of pieces of paper that many pretend are worth something, and the poor may not. The rich claim they own land, and the poor are denied the right to make the same claim. A primary purpose of the police is to enforce the delusions of those with lots of pieces of paper. Those without the papers generally buy into these delusions almost as quickly and completely as those with. Those delusions carry with them extreme consequences in the real world. What I mean by this is Weyerhaeuser doesn't own any land. Weyerhaeuser doesn't actually exist. But insofar as we pretend it exists, we all agree that Weyerhaeuser owns land. But Weyerhaeuser doesn't own any land. It's like there's a bunch of cars out there, but they don't belong to anybody. And I can say this because, of course, my truck is like 500 miles away. But we all agree that this person owns this land, and this person owns this land, and these corporations own this much land. And did you know, by the way, that land ownership concentration in the United States is, land ownership is more concentrated in the United States than it is in so-called banana republics like Honduras? I don't remember the numbers. They're in Strangely Like War, but it's basically, oh, I'm not even going to make them up. But the rich own lots of land. The point is, that's just a cultural convention. We all agree that Weyerhaeuser owns land. Those agreements have consequences in the real world. I want to be really clear about two things. One is, I'm not saying there is no such thing as ownership of land. The Tolowa own the land where I live. They don't have a piece of paper that says it's theirs, but they own it. And the reason they own it is because they lived there for 12,500 years, and their blood is mixed with the soil. The other thing I want to be clear that I'm not saying that all cultural conventions are bad. What I'm saying is that with all the world at stake, we might start beginning to examine which of the cultural conventions we want to keep and which ones we want to get rid of. And allowing corporations to exist is one we might want to consider getting rid of. And allowing corporations to own land is one we may wish to get rid of. Okay, those in power rule by force, and the sooner we break ourselves of illusions to the contrary, the sooner we can at least begin to make reasonable decisions about whether, when, and how we're going to resist. We'll skip the 14th and do the 15th premise. I love this one. Love does not imply pacifism. I get this book, they're two big books, and they really were they're originally supposed to be pamphlets. And you're seeing now, several hours later, why they ended up. And what it was going to be, I found that when I would do talks about fighting back, that the resistance, that the response by the audience was really predictable. And that's sort of a lot of mainstream peace and social justice activists and a lot of mainstream environmentalists, their response would be to put up what I've taken to calling a Gandhi shield. And they would say the words Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Dalai Lama again and again as fast as they can to keep all evil thoughts at bay. And then grassroots environmentalists would do the same thing, but then they would come up to me after the talk and they would say, "Thank you for bringing this up." And then other groups of people like prisoners and family farmers, survivors of domestic violence, American Indians, radical environmentalists, I know I'm missing the poor, a lot of people of color would have an entirely different response, which is they would look at me like, "So can you tell us something we don't know? And let's go, bro." And I realized the difference was that for those latter groups, violence is not some theoretical question to be puzzled through. It's simply a part of life. That doesn't mean you participated in it, doesn't mean you don't participate in it, but it's not some abstract or spiritual question. Not to say that, I'm sorry? It means you know it in your body. Yeah. And then the next part of it was that I found that a lot of the responses that I was getting were really stereotypical, not from those latter groups, but from the former group. There was all these cliches that were getting thrown out that the more I thought about them, the less that they meant. Like people would say, oh my God, Derek, if you had enough love, you would never suggest fighting back because if you love, you don't fight back. And I don't think that love implies pacifism, and I think that Mother Grizzly Bears will back me up on this one. I grew up in the country, and in my life, I have been attacked by mother horses, cows, dogs, cats, geese, chickens, mice, hawks, eagles, hummingbirds, spiders, who thought I was attacking their babies. And if a mother mouse is going to take on somebody 8,000 times her size, what the hell's wrong with us? And then another one is you can't use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. And I love Audre Lorde. She's great. She's not a pacifist, and anybody who ever says this in sort of a pacifistic sense has never read her essay, because it has nothing to do with pacifism. It has to do with we need a wide range of voices is actually what the essay is about. But as much as I love Audre Lorde, I'll tell you this much. She never worked construction, because it doesn't matter whose goddamn tools you use. You use my tools, you use your tools, master's tools, doesn't matter. And there's another problem with that too, which is it presumes that the house belongs to the master, but it's just a house. And it also presumes that the tools belong to the master. It presumes that violence is one of the master's tools. Those in power are trying to tell us that they own the land. They're trying to tell us that they own the water. They're trying to tell us they own genetic materials. I'll be goddamned if I'm going to give them violence too. And once again, I think Mother Grizzlies are going to back me up on this one. What's another one we always hear? Oh God, this one's embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. How many people in here have the book A Language Older Than Words? Okay, those of you who have that book, do you also have like a straight razor or a razor blade? Okay, what I would like for you to do is the chapter Violence Revisited, take the razor, cut the pages out, crumple them up, and throw them away. Put them in the fire. Because, oh God, this is so embarrassing. It's like admitting I'm a compulsive masturbator, which I'm not. Okay, in that book, in that chapter, oh God, this is terrible. I say that if you fight back, you run the risk of becoming like they are. Oh my God, it's like, that's so stupid. I mean, does that mean that the woman who kills a rapist runs the risk of becoming a rapist? Does that mean that the tiger who kills a zookeeper runs the risk of becoming a zookeeper? Does that mean that Tecumseh ran the risk of becoming like the people who are stealing his land? It makes no sense. Or what's another one? Oh, this is the best one. And then I'll bash hope for a while. Violence never accomplishes anything. Okay, so if violence never accomplishes anything, what that means is that all the Africans who came over on the Middle Passage, they just jumped on the ships. And then when they're over here, they just worked in the fields for the hell of it. And what this means is that the American Indians, they just saw the white people and they said, hey, you want some land? Your way of living is way better than ours, so just take it. You'll treat it better than we do. And there's this great line by Robin Morgan. She says, anywhere in the world, any woman can be walking alone late at night, and if she hears footsteps behind her, she has reason to be afraid. And she calls that the democracy of fear. Do not fucking tell me that violence doesn't accomplish anything. It has systematically terrorized half of the population of human beings. And violence is dreadfully, dreadfully effective. That's why they use it. Okay.
The Karens in the audience.
A few years ago.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe. Yeah, because these like ladies are like, you know, they're never gonna do anything. They're like, yeah, violence. Settle down, madam. Okay, trying to preserve peace and order. Hashtag Butch Karen. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, you know, I mean, at least they're listening to Derek Jensen, you know, because they're thinking about, you know, critically about different ideas. In terms of the health of the system itself, right? And how it functions in relationship to nature. Okay, human beings, but what's usually prized, right, is, you know, profit, you know, technological efficiency. Okay, above, you know, various cultural norms, as we've seen. Okay, obviously, it furthers the divide between rich and poor. Right, it doesn't equalize conditions. Right, you know, socialism didn't change the workers' conditions. Right, but it prized technological efficiency. Right, so it transformed the means of production, but it didn't give them back to the workers. Or it gave them to the state, as we've seen. So Marx's theory was wrong. But yeah. Yeah, let's hear a little bit more of what he has to say. There's only a little bit more of this, right? And then I'll read some of Strangely Like War. He made reference to Strangely Like War earlier. Right, but yeah. And I'll read his little piece on globalization.
Works on toxics issues in Northern California. And she was crying. And she said, this work's getting to me. It's breaking my heart, this environmental work. I can't take it. I said, yeah, this work really can get to you. It'll break your heart for sure. It'll do that. And then she said, dominant culture hates everything, doesn't it? I said, yeah, it does, even itself. She said, it has a death urge, doesn't it? I said, yeah, it does. She said, unless it stops, it's going to kill everything on the planet, isn't it? I said, yeah, it is, unless it stopped. And then she said, we're not going to make it to some great new glorious tomorrow, are we? And I said, I've been waiting for you to say that. And the reason I said that to her is because about 12 or 13 years ago now, I was undergoing a similar collapse where I was just bursting into tears several times a week over the death of the salmon, sturgeon, bull trout, Selkirk caribou. And a lot of my environmentalist friends were saying, God, Tarek, take some time off. You know, the problems will still be there when you come back. It's so funny. I can always tell activist audiences because they laugh at that, and non-activist audiences don't get the joke. Anyway, I knew that I didn't need to just take time off and then come back to the same old thing. I knew that I had to keep pushing because if you're not going to cry about the death of the salmon, what are you going to cry about? If tears mean anything. And so I just kept pushing. And then one day I called this American Indian friend of mine, Jeanette Armstrong. She's an Okanagan writer and activist. And I said, you know, this work's killing me. It's breaking my heart. I said, yeah, it'll do that. I said, you know, the dominant culture hates everything, doesn't it? She said, yeah, it does, even itself. I said, it has a death urge, doesn't it? She said, yeah, it does. I said, unless it stops, it's going to kill everything on the planet, isn't it? She said, yeah, it is, unless it stopped. I said, we're not going to make it some great new glorious tomorrow, are we? And then she said the best thing she could possibly say, which is, I've been waiting for you to say that. And the reason that was the best thing she could say is because it normalized my despair. It let me know that despair is an appropriate response to a desperate situation. It let me know that sorrow is just sorrow and pain is just pain. And it's not so much the sorrow or even pain that hurts as it is my resistance to it. I can hold in my heart the understanding that we're really fucked and that life is really good. Okay, and I mean, there's this idea that if you really start to internalize how bad things are, that you have to walk around being miserable all the time. And it's like I got this letter from somebody once asking how my anger at the dominant culture affected my sex life. And I was really tempted to respond, that's a question to which you will never know the answer. But I realized that what that question's about is that question presumes that anger is a shotgun, and that if I'm angry at the dominant culture, and if I'm angry at corporations, I'm angry at my friends. But the truth is, I'm angry at the things that make me angry, and I'm not angry at the things that don't make me angry. And I'm happy because of the things that make me happy, and I'm not happy because of the things that don't make me happy. What a concept. And so anyway, one of the really important things was that I realized that I could feel all those things, and it wouldn't kill me. But there's something even more important happened, which is that I realized that I could feel all those things and it would kill me. And there's a wonderful thing about being dead, which is that once you're dead, they can't touch you anymore. You can still sing and you can still dance and you can still make love and you can still fight like hell, but they can't touch you. Not with threats, not with promises, not with violence, not with anything. The smartest thing the Nazis did was they made it so that at every step of the way, it was in the Jews' rational best interest to not resist. Would you rather get an ID card, or would you rather resist and possibly get killed? You want to move to a ghetto, or do you want to resist and possibly get killed? Do you want to get on a cattle car, or do you want to resist and possibly get killed? You want to take a shower, or do you want to resist and possibly get killed? At every step of the way, it was in their rational best interest to not resist. But I'll tell you something very important, which is the Jews who participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising had a higher rate of survival than those who went along. The Jews who participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising had a higher rate of survival than those who went along. The Jews who participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising had a higher rate of survival than those who went along. Take the streets! Don't stop there. Keep that in mind over the next 10 years. Part of the reason that my mother stayed with my father was because
that's extreme philo-Semitism. Obviously, we approve. Carry on, gentlemen.
Weren't battered women's shelters in the 50s and 60s. But another part of the reason that she stayed with him was because of the false hope that he would change. And false hopes bind us to unlivable situations, and they blind us to real possibilities. I mean, does anybody really think that Weyerhaeuser is going to stop deforesting because we ask nicely? Does anybody really think that Monsanto is going to stop Monsantoing because we ask nicely? Some Democrats brought me to a talk somewhere, and God, it was so funny. It was close to home, so my mom came along, and it was so funny. They asked me, so what are you going to talk about tonight? And I said, they had dinner for me beforehand, and they said, what are you going to talk about tonight? I said, I'm talking about bringing down civilization. It's like dead silence. And then later on, during the dinner, one of the people saying, God, if we can just take over if we can just get a Democrat in the White House, things are going to be okay. And if we can just take over the House and the Senate, things will be okay. I'm thinking, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking over the House and Senate, but they mean it differently than you do. It's a joke, Mr. Gonzalez. Put away the electrodes. Anyway, so they're saying all this about, if we could just take over the House and the Senate. And my mom said, the Democrats are just as controlled by corporations as Republicans are. And it was so funny because it was just like my mom had just hiked up a cheek and farted. because they, it's silence, and then noses are wrinkling, and then finally somebody says, "Could you please pass the hummus? It's really delicious." So what are the false hopes that keep us bound to the system? I mean, it's like Zygmunt Bauman said about World War II in his great book, Modernity and the Holocaust. He said in there that rational people will go quietly, meekly into a gas chamber if only allow them to believe it's a bathroom. And I would say that rational people...
Yeah, you guys got to remember, like, this is basically like either the 80s or the 90s, where it was literally cool to say this stuff all the time, right? So yeah, like every example was about like Small Mustache Man or the Jays and all this stuff.
Will go quietly, meekly to the end of the world if only you allow them to believe that recycling is going to make a difference. So what are the false hopes that keep us bound to the system? What are the false hopes that keep you chained? But the problem isn't just false hopes, but it's hope itself. What is hope? I was bashing hope a few years ago, and somebody in the audience shouted out, what is hope? And it's like, I got no idea. I've been bashing for years. I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I asked the audience, what's your definition of hope? And the definition they came up with is great, which is hope is a longing for a future condition over which you have no agency. Hope is a longing for a future condition.
So it looks like they're not only abandoning progress, but they're abandoning hope. Going along with progress. Will they go after faith? What's next? But yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? But yeah.
Condition over which you have no agency. I mean, that's how we use it in everyday language. I mean, I don't hope that I eat something else tonight. I'm kind of hungry. I mean, I know men are supposed to be afraid of commitment, but I'm going to just say this in public, that I am going to eat tonight. In fact, I don't even need to commit to it. I'm just going to do it. On the other hand, the next time I get on a plane, I hope it doesn't crash, because once I'm in the air, I have no agency. The point is that when we say, I hope that coho salmon survive, what we're saying is I have no power. I have no agency. What salmon need to survive? It's very, very simple. Salmon need 6 things to survive. They need for dams to be removed. They need for industrial logging to stop, industrial fishing to stop. They need for the oceans not to be murdered. They need for global warming to stop, which means that they need for the industrial economy to stop and the oil economy to stop. And they need for industrial agriculture to stop because of runoff. Those are all straightforward technical tasks. I didn't say they're not daunting, but they're straightforward technical tasks. When people say, gosh, how can we save the salmon? Well, it's real easy. What is impossible is to save the salmon and keep dams, industrial logging, industrial fishing. That is not possible. And so, once again, okay, if I say I hope that salmon survive, what I'm saying is I have no power. I do not hope that coho salmon survive. I will do whatever it takes to make sure the dominant culture doesn't drive them extinct. If they want to go because they don't like how they're being treated, and so they want to go away, I will say goodbye and I will miss them. But if they do not want to go away, I will not allow the dominant culture to drive them extinct. I will do whatever it takes. Finally, I want to talk very briefly about a tradition of the Cheyenne dog soldiers. It's called the picket pin and stake. Before a battle, a few of the bravest Cheyenne dog soldiers would be chosen to wear sashes of tanned skins called dog ropes. Attached to each dog rope was a picket pin, normally used to tether horses. During battle, the pin would be driven into the ground as a mark of resolve. Once the pin was driven, the dog soldier would remain staked to that piece of ground, even to his death. Retreat was no longer an option. The pin could only be removed when everyone was again safe, or when another dog soldier relieved him of his duty. It is time. I have driven my picket pin. I am staked out and willing to give in no more. Where will you drive your own picket stake? Where will you choose to make your stand? Give me a threshold, a specific point at which you'll finally stop running, at which you'll finally fight back. Stand with me. Stand and fight. I am one. We would be two. 2 more might join, and we would be 4. When 4 more join, we will be 8. And we will be 8 people fighting, whom others will join, and then more people and more. Stand and fight. The questions before each of us now are, what are your gifts, and how can you use them in the service of your land base? What can you do? What does your land base most need from you? How can you achieve it? What do you want to do? And right now, perhaps most important of all, what are you willing to do? People ask me all the time, what do you want us to do with all this analysis? What do you want us to do? And I always say, don't listen to me. If you want to know what to do, go down to the Columbia. I don't know how to live sustainably. The Columbia does. It knows how to live here. It's lived here a very long time. If you want to know what to do, go down, ask the river. It'll tell you. And the real question is, are you willing to do it? Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and flip the page out here to move to Derek Jensen. Let's read a little bit of his words and see what he has to say, right? Then I'll close off the show here. And I appreciate all you guys for being here. Right, and this is from Strangely Like War by Derek Jensen, and we've been going over some of this text. And of course, there's a lot more videos of him talking online. Right, he's all over the tube. There's much more recent presentations of him. Right, but here's a chapter he said globalization in the real world, right, which brings us finally to political mechanisms, webs of patron-client relationships that tie together the political, bureaucratic, military, and business elites within and between the producing and consuming nations. These webs include brainwashing, that is euphemistically called public relations, phony public participation programs, paying civil servants to facilitate their corruption, repressing and eliminating resistance by peasant and native peoples, gunboat diplomacy, and engineering coups to install client regimes. Corporations and governments routinely hire public relations firms to spin their atrocities into gold. Entire books have been written on this. Notably, Toxic Sludge is Good for You by John Stauber and Sheldon Rampton. An example concerning forests is Chlopak Leonard Schechter and Associates, a PR firm that specializes in crisis management. It helps oil corporations fend off environmentalist and human rights groups opposing a 400-mile-long pipeline in Peru that will pass through indigenous homelands in the Amazon rainforest. Public participation programs, otherwise known as PPP, pause, are replacement for genuine democracy. Public relations firms, government agencies, and consensus groups have developed sophisticated techniques for confusing, exhausting, and co-opting the concerned public. The fundamental understanding that guides this participation and those in power are exquisitely aware of this understanding is the impossibility of true negotiation between parties of grossly unequal power. For example, all through my years of filing timber sale appeals, I participated in countless meetings with Forest Service officials who
who screwed encouraging looks to their faces and politely pretended to listen to our comments, which both we and they knew would be ignored. I also wrote, God only knows how many comments which are duly noted but also ignored. But I did participate in public process. My experience is not unique. That is public participation in this country. We're allowed to speak truth to power all we want. But who knows that those in power will ignore these truths and go ahead and do whatever the hell they want? It's far more efficient to let people have their meaningless say than it is to trundle them off to distant gulag. This way we can all happily pretend the system works. Unfortunately, the system does work. In fact, all too well, but never the way we were told. And of course, we're taking questions to Freak. You got a question? Feel free. We single questions and things. We're closing up soon, so if you guys got like one question, feel free to come through. Blessings. Open questions. Okay, we've done some long presentations recently. All right. I'll drop the links to the other presentations in the Discord here in a minute. Especially in the third world, civil servants are routinely underpaid. This facilitates their willingness to accept bribes and not prevent the theft of resources. If Forest Service acquiesces in timber theft in the United States is any indication, American civil servants do not even need bribes to facilitate corruption. A potent third world example comes from Cameroon, where in a classic structural adjustment in 1992 and 1993, civil servant salaries were slashed 60 to 70%, making corruption of those servants an easier task. The result? Less than a third of Cameroon's timber is locally possessed. Processed. A third of the cut is never even declared, and 2/3 of the timber taxes are never collected. Yeah, those lefties were openly advocating for violence in that video, and they were even cheering it on. Wild. I think that's a very old video, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, people used to do like all sorts of protests and say all sorts of crazy things. I remember going to Occupy protests, and people used to say crazy things that they never say now. Right. So it's interesting. But it's one of those concepts, the state has a monopoly on violence or whatever. I think he was like reiterating these types of ideas. But he says central to theft of resources are the military and police repression of peasant and native peoples, gunboat diplomacy, and coups to install client regimes favorable to U.S. interests. This is indeed a primary function of the U.S. military. A former Secretary of Defense, William Cohen, said to a group of Fortune 500 leaders, business follows the flag. We provide the security, you provide the investments. Oh, it's a coincidence. As shown, business doesn't even have to provide the investment. That's borne by the public. The real world results of those mechanisms are dispossession and poverty, forced labor, extraction of the commonwealth to produce raw materials and commodities, and the downward spiral of autonomous local markets into global economic production, consumption, depletion, and collapse. Collectively, these mechanisms are called globalization. Okay, he says we need to protect ecosystems for their own sake, most of all, but also for our own, he says. More than 10,000 plant species are used as traditional medicines. Most of them are gathered from the wild, from the forest. Around 80% of the people in non-industrialized nations depend upon them for the primary health care. 25% of modern drugs are also derived from these plants. Restoration forestry restores ecological and genetic diversity and soil nutrient structure and biology. It can restore abused and fallow forests and agricultural lands. We can close roads to reduce erosion and prevent further entry by vehicles and other machinery. We know how to thin dog hair stands to restore natural forest structures. Sorry. We know enough to understand the need to control exotic pests and reintroduce the full natural diversity of trees and shrubs and fungi and animal, human forest dwellers. Animal and human forest dwellers. We can restore streams to reduce erosion. Restore anadromous fish, and so on. Anadromous, I don't even know what that is. Anadromous fish. But yeah, he's talking about replanting wild nature. One of the solutions, right? And he says, we know how to do all this, and so do the forests. Oh, yeah, I've experienced this type of hatred myself. Many times. Blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here, Moontan. I greatly appreciate your time. But yeah, let's look at this definition of restoration forestry. Here's a definition of restoration forestry. Restoration forestry assists nature to heal degraded forests and bring them back to a state of biological productivity, biodiversity, ecological stability, and resilience. Restoration forestry means increasing the area under forest cover and increasing the age classes and standing volume and diversity of forest ecosystems. It means careful harvesting methods that minimize disturbance of soil and plant communities. It means that many more people will have to be employed in the woods. Not less, using smaller machines and more resilience
I'm sorry, reliance on draft animals. It means smaller mills and more value added processing close to the wood source. It means minimal waste, maximum recycling, and the development of non-tree paper, pulp, and alternative building materials. It means more people caring for the forest and researching its complex processes so that we can ever refine our management dance with the forest. Restoration forestry leads to steady yield of high value timber. Clear cutting and or short rotation forestry leads to a periodic return of low quality timber. Restoration forestry makes much better ecological sense and it makes better economic sense. Now he gives a series of interesting definitions. He says we need to distinguish restoration forestry from restoration ecology. Forestry is for producing a supply of wood. If you're an intelligent forester, you would restore tree stands, such as plantations, to natural optimal fiber producing capacity. But you are still a forester looking for wood fiber. An ecologist would protect to restore fully functioning forest ecosystems and consider fiber production for human use to be completely subordinated to full range of natural ecosystem functions. Okay. Once again, what a concept. We must move away from industrial forestry towards restoration forestry. We must then move from restoration forestry towards restoration ecology. We must also move away from globalization towards community forestry. Community forestry is a village level forestry activity decided on collectively and implemented on communal land, where local populations participate in the planning, establishing, and harvesting of forest crops, and so receive a major portion of the socioeconomic and ecological benefit from the forest. Successful community forestry requires genuine popular participation in decision making. Of course, on a highly local level, right? On a highly localized level, most decisions are basically unanimous, right? One has to basically realize that, right? Okay, it's not just democratic, right? In villages, they had the notion of unanimous consent for a decision-making process, right? So, in small communities, that's possible, right? When you have huge system, it becomes impossible to have unanimous decision-making, right? Because it becomes impossible for all parties to agree on a single decision, right? So you have to make concessions, right? Anyways, so it seems like they have a little leftist bias there, right? But it is what it is. Experience has proven time and time again, and most environmentalism has a leftist bias that we have to be on the lookout for, right? Genuine popular participation in decision making, he says, which is their leftist bias, right? Experience has proven time and time again that participation is more than a development cliche. It is an absolute necessity if goals are to be met, but working with people rather than policing them is a new role for many foresters. Community forestry has the following characteristics. The local community controls a clearly and legally defined area of the forest. The local community is free from governmental outside pressure concerning the utilization of that forest. If the forestry involves commercial sale of timber or other products, then the community is free from economic exploitation of markets or other pressure from outside forces. The community has long-term security of tenure over the forest and sees its future as being tied to the forest. Okay, that's pretty much it, folks. I greatly appreciate your time. Again, we'll read about some of his other reflections next week. And we have an exciting series of presentations coming up, right? Okay, we're going to be looking at Kant and Hegel and different ideas concerning the state. Okay, and the connection between technology and the state. And of course, let me get this other presentation for you guys, because we did a presentation, an extended presentation yesterday on several themes, and it looks like a lot of people ended up watching our little presentation we did yesterday on, going over several themes and ideas that are related to. Okay, this last week of presentation, we had a great series of discussions with Twilight Son of Lilith. Right, so sometimes he he comes up a lot and then he disappears. So he has these cycles. Same thing with Unseen Warfare, but we greatly appreciate their time. Okay. A thank you to Mr. Anderson and Zarathustra Spake and Televised Apocalypse and Neurojack for joining the panel. Okay. Extended readings. What should I call this? Extended readings. Okay. J-ish. J-ish salvation history. J-ish salvation history. Okay, Plato. Okay, we went through Plato. Okay, we did Locke. Okay, we had a little Nietzsche in there. Okay. So yeah, check that out on the Cyber Caliphate channel. Okay, and check out, if you guys like that, the whole series of presentations we did on Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas. That was our little focus, looking at the separation of knowledge and values. Okay, and of course, we'll be starting a little show on the Tao Te Ching on Tuesday, right? Concluding our readings and analysis of the Tao Te Ching. So we looked at several translations of the Tao Te Ching. Okay, we looked at several ideas about Lao Tzu, the life of Lao Tzu, right? Historical information about his origins. Okay, we looked at Confucianism in great detail, right? We had, we were blessed to look at Hinduism with our great friend Annapurna, right? She gave a rundown of the basic teachings in the Hindu religion, right? So yeah, we've done a series of presentations. We did a series of presentations on Zoroastrianism. Okay, so we're looking at world history in a critical fashion. Okay, we're looking at Plato's connections to the Orphic Pythagoreans. Okay, the religions of Mesopotamia and Babylon. Okay, obviously, the history of the Jews, right, and how their religion evolved into the Kabbalah, right, in the Kabbalistic text from the 12th to 15th century, roughly. Okay, and of course, their subsequent influence on many different thinkers, right? So, obviously, we're looking at the development of classical liberalism and its foundations, and how the state became one of the organs of the administration of technique. Right, whereas they thought that the industrial means of production would totally alter the state. But what happened is that the state became an organ of technique instead, right? And that culminates in the death of liberalism, right? So basically, in Elul, he's going to be talking about how these private techniques became taken over by the state under the guise of the state. And we already talked about how large-scale techniques demand centralization. They're identical to socialistic means, right? And where you have corporations function on that level, it's sort of corporate socialism and a relationship between that corporation and the state. Okay, so we're looking at different solutions, right? Obviously, we're looking at Jensen right now, right? We did a whole series on Kurzweil and the transhumanists. Okay, we'll be expanding on the views of the transhumanists with Uncle Teddy in Technological Slavery. So that's a little bit of the rundown of how we're conducting our shows in the near future. And we have lots of little videos and things to share with you. Obviously, we're talking about the foundations of the architectonic, right? Religion, philosophy, science, and history, right? And of course, science is the most recent one. Okay, to develop a religious outlook. Okay, so we're looking at the link between science and religion, technology and spirituality, technology and religion, science and spirituality, however you want to, mix that up, right? But yeah, obviously, the human process is about, creativity, and creativity is what merges the material with the immaterial, right? And yeah, what we create creates. Okay, we shape tools, and the tools we use shape us, right? So, technology is not neutral, right? And we're moving on to have critical discussions about these sort of themes, right? But you can't kill what you can't see, right? So yeah, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, right? And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? Okay, the more you believe yourself to be free, the more likely you are to be comfortably enslaved, right? Freedom is not a static prize, but a dynamic goal, right? As Elul says, right? So yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Yeah, peace be with you. But yeah, you know what I mean? yeah, we'll see what happens with the different presentations. And of course, I've been here for a long time today, right? So I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And yeah, we'll be moving on also to the Shangzhou next week. So interesting ideas in the Shangzhou, right? That are gonna that are most likely gonna come about, right? So we're doing an extended presentation on Taoism before we move into the Buddhist ideas, right? So a lot of people are, waiting for the Buddhist, presentations. Obviously, this whole series is about Buddhism, right? Because as Buddhism develops, it's in relation to Confucian and Taoist ideas, right? As we say, Confucianism is kind of the cultural fabric, right? Right, and then Taoism is kind of sort of a philosophical outlook, right? And then Buddhism is sort of the religious sort of outlook, right, within the Eastern sort of sphere, right? So yeah, so we're doing an extended series of presentations on all of those systems, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And yeah, we greatly appreciate your time. Okay, thank you for being with us. Right. Let me play some music for you guys, and we'll be playing some of our time at Twilight, Son of Lilith's panel. Right. Before we end the show here. So yeah, thank you guys. But yeah, thank you guys. Blessings.
I spit to make the mic like a flammable torch. It's understandable. My mind is a mechanical force, and I'm a cannibal. My mandible is chewing your corpse. I'm tyrannical. A vandal of intangible sorts. Not a mineral, a mammal, or an animal. I'm metaphysical. The syllables and critical rhymes. Flows blowing off your limbs like invisible mines. Been invincible with rhymes since the biblical times. A warlord with a sword from the Mongol horde. Speak the tongue of the Lord to bless my vocal cords. They tried to resurrect hip hop, but faith is gone. So I take it over by force like Genghis Khan. If you say it ain't raw, you better pray to Allah. Cause I got an arrow that'll travel straight through the jaw. Got breath control, flow like a ship with a sail. Divine when I spit, like if I sip from the grail. Cause I'm immortal. Sleeping by the third rail where the A-train runs. My brain strains to lift freight trains from off the ground. When I'm walking around, I'm the talk of the town. Cause I harness mental power scientists don't understand. So I'm on the low, hiding from the average man. In a bad savage land, I'm rocking a gas mask with black gaps attached to snaps on backpacks. To easily grip when frequency blips alert me to intruders in the sewers while I secretly sit. Fine-tuning my rhymes until I got the hottest style. The rest of the mics from mutated crocodiles that slipped into the pipe sometime in 88. Now they taste nuclear waste that makes them radiate. I'm subterranean and melt the steel titanium with powers of uranium coming out of my cranium. Immortal. Everyone sells as Adidas. I stomp cats and leave a path of skeletal pieces. Y'all are washed up like shellfish on beaches. I'm a genius that's developed speeches deeper than telekinesis. My immortality's recorded on record, never distorted and torted it into 240 seconds. You press the single up and nobody will hear you. Like that Puerto Rican flag CD hanging off your rear view. Get ready to rumble, let's get busy. I spin the axis backwards, make your planet dizzy. Decapitating, catching the quickening. When I'm spitting, I'll be wetting motherfuckers like a christening and crippling your click. Quick when equipment equipped like Blood's blast grips. My hammer never clicks, back up cliffs. Slaughter all the competition when ripping the mortal man. And cut your heads off like only an immortal can. forever. 1, 2 is immortal. I live forever. Self-titled is immortal. He'll live forever. Open mic is immortal. He lives forever. in the room. Feelings of death, watch the Grim Reaper bloom. Grim Reaper out his tomb. Voluptuous sounds of doom. Voluptuous clouds that gloom. Ruptures in the roots, Yggdrasil. For wisdom, one must know how to move the well of Mimir. Not many can walk in these shoes. The wolf is Fenrir. Not many can rhyme against the tooth. Wisdom is for fools, knowledge is for ghouls. This world is just for the mules. This world is just a tool. Like the piece when it fires, leaves blood in pools, leaves thugs with no jewels. The art is criminal, the thug is traveling a risky road. Drinking mead while whistling for hoes. Nah, fuck it, I'm rhyming while preparing product on the stove. Darkness, yeah, let's go. Welcome to the cloud apocalypse. There's a lot of fight in this kid. Welcome to the clout Armageddon. There's a lot of clips in this bitch. Welcome to the final bout. We about to unload this trick. Darkness. Knowledge is power. The knowledge they bring is foul. This is knowledge for those that have witnessed the hour. A rare breed with rare rhymes. I did fair time. The sheep desire to stay blind. I told my comrades, don't fall for vain eyes. I told my comrades, don't fall for stained lies. Say it with pride. I ride, they die. The Black Panther, I side with the dark. The covenant in the ark. Heaven is just the abstinence from being a bitch. Nobody bark. Everybody hush, they look up to no art. A fake renaissance, they dressed it up. Used the underground from the start. Lit a fire, burned it out. Lit a pyre, burned it for clout. Who's this about? Nobody specific. Every rapper, cause to me they're all targets. Fuck your favorite. Welcome to the cloud apocalypse, bitch. Darkness.
I can hear the scratch of rat claws within the stone wall.
Welcome to the cloud apocalypse. There's a lot of fight in this kid. Welcome to the clout Armageddon. There's a lot of clips in this bitch. Welcome to the final bout. We about to unload this trick. Darkness.
Factors that determine, like,
yeah, I've always thought that well, I guess whenever I was growing up, I was kind of like flat as a board. Like until I had my kids, I didn't have any curves whatsoever, so I was a little bit insecure because I didn't feel like really feminine.
right.
But after that, like having my kids, I've always been sort of like average proportions, which I think is really like, I mean, but I'm not like I've never been like stunningly beautiful. I don't think I would want to be. I think it probably would have like made my personality less I mean, and I've met a few really stunningly beautiful people that had like nothing upstairs.
Right. Yeah. Well, they don't have to. That's the thing. They have no need to.
Well, and I think that I've had enough candid conversations with men to know that like women that are maybe a little bit less attractive always try harder, like, and they're like that it's kind of like a compensation for what they feel lack. But I always, it's like I'm not really super picky about what I find attractive, because I mean, I think really I can find anybody attractive, especially if they have a personality.
Right. Well, I wouldn't say anybody, but like I would say that I have a really hard time pinning down my type because
Yeah, me too.
there's legitimately so much diversity that I really don't know.
Well, what's
I'm
really
sure there's some kind of like, I'm sure there's something that I'm not seeing, but legit, like, you know, like I said, all shapes, colors, and sizes. Like it's just always kind of been the case.
well, my only like consistent like quality that I liked in men was that tall.
Of course.
But then it totally blew that because my guy now he's like 5'11", so he's not tall per se. And like we actually fit together and in a way that is like much more like comfortable, natural. It's like we can like coil up together like snakes, you know? And I never had that before. I always felt like really like uncomfortable trying to be the big spoon, but now it's like I enjoy both, like being the big spoon and the little spoon, because and it's more natural like that way to have someone that is like comparable, you know, maybe just a little taller. But whenever I put my heels on, I'm taller than him, and he's secure with it.
Well, I like. Well, this is gonna get X-rated. We keep going. But
and
I mean, I guess right. Yeah, no, that's the problem. But that's the problem because then I get too comfortable, and then yeah.
Well, it's not like the temptation that you're gonna fuck me. So.
Well, no, that's not.
You take that energy if you can get that energy and you take it and go and direct it at your lady, and that would be friggin' fantastic. I'm sure.
I meant for the viewers.
Oh. No, it's to be complaining. Just saying.
I meant the viewers.
I don't even know how many viewers you have. I'm not even paying attention.
You're bad. Well, you know, I mean, like well, everyone's probably sleeping right now, but I mean the replay, like, you know, I don't really have filters as it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I mean, like I said, it depends. You know, it's all good to me. You know, obviously, you know, physical attraction is important. I'm not going to say it isn't. But if I have someone that I am attracted to, like hardcore, but they have no personality, and I have someone I'm a little less attracted to, but they have a good personality, they're going to win, hands down. You know, that's just reality. Because, like, that other person might be a friends with benefits, but, like, anything real, like, no, it's not happening. Like, it's just not.
I think personality is more important to me than what somebody looks like physically.
Well, I need real connection. I can't just get, you know, like, I just can't.
As long as their hygiene is good, that.
Well, yeah.
But I'm blind. That it also probably has something to do with that. That I'm more tactile than visual.
No, but yeah, I have no problem aiming that energy towards my girl. Don't worry.
You would have a problem with
that. Yeah, I think you know that too. But yeah.
Isn't that a weird thing though? Not know, like, because sometimes it just like you get a Woody like for like random Woody like in public. Sometimes like guys, I've always thought that must be like so embarrassing, like for it to just happen.
It really, it's not embarrassing. It's just like fuck, Like,
Yeah.
although at the same time, it's kind of like, oh, well, you know,
Yeah, well, and it would just be. I would think that it would be. I mean, I remember like going to swim class, and like there was like
I
one
mean,
guy.
if you're at the doctor's office, yeah. If you're at the club,
Yeah, well, but I mean, or at a swimming class or something, like they would always make fun of the kid that like would pop a boner every time we were having some swim class, and I thought that must be like so horrible. But in retrospect, like getting to know guys, apparently that's a problem with most guys when they're young. Like they will just like it just happens and without any stimulus whatsoever. And you would think that other males would like not make fun of them because they have that issue as well, but they do, and that never made sense to me.
no, you want to know something absolutely nuts? Yo, blessings, machine.
Blessings.
Well, welcome to After Hours.
Yeah,
We've been talking about a little of everything, but somehow we went into After Hours talk. It's been fun though.
I'm just glad that my ovaries are safe where they belong, because I can't imagine what you guys do, like wandering around with everything all exposed like you do. It's
Who they you?
I can't imagine it. And I remember it a little bit, but I was like, and then you don't even get the good orgasms for all of that.
No, a mouthful is good too. All I'm saying.
We're here for the morning wake and bake. Yoo-hoo.
Yes, sir. I actually got to get a new vape. But yes, I'm waiting for the store to open up.
Mine, I broke the part that has the oil in it. I still have the battery. I got to go get another one too eventually. So I do like I could smoke a joint, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
And they say
coughing is the only way, man. Yeah. Got a cough to get off, my friend.
That's what they say. But I disagree because I can get
fact. I can cup a spoon of milk in my hand, or cup. Wait, I think that's a typo.
It's like a handful of like a there's a song by Muse, I think it's Muse. Like a fistful of sand.
Yeah, Muse has some good shit, honestly. It's a slept on band for sure.
I think they're only famous because the chick who wrote Twilight, the book series, like really them, and like before they were famous even, and put all of their music into her movies, like made sure that
I wonder what would happen if like she spent a week with like Bram Stoker.
Yeah. Well, I already told you you look a lot like Gary Oldman, so.
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I do in a way, but yeah.
Okay. You got that going.
I mean, I have one of those like things where I could play a lot of different characters, like Jim Carrey or some shit.
And I'll tell you, me in public in the theater watching that, it got pretty I don't know, slippery.
Slippery when wet, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
you're a bad influence ever.
No, I'm so bad. You told me I was naughty, so it's all your fault.
What?
I said you told me I was naughty, and I deserve.
I did. You need spankings.
Yeah. Well, I get them.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't you worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't change anything, does it?
Yeah, well, and I could be a bad influence. Maybe I'm a good influence, and you just think I'm a bad influence because you're uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable at all. That's the problem.
Oh, well, that's society's problem. That's
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I'm like not turned on right now. Even I mean,
Well, that's not the goal.
no, of course not. But like, I can talk about shit without getting turned on.
Well, you know.
I don't think that a lot of people can. They automatically associate like sexy talk with being aroused, and it's not
Right.
all like that. I think
Well,
maybe it was that I was a dancer, you know, because like that
I
job.
mean, well, see, I grew up around them, so you know.
Yeah. Well, there was only one time that I was in the whole time that I was dancing that I ever actually got turned on, and it was like
Really?
yeah, like
That's kind of
really
wild.
yeah. The rest of it was just like theatrics.
Performance art.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I say. You're a good bad influence. Yeah, exactly.
Guess
Yeah,
who I
well,
talked to in the Discord yesterday, Zeph?
who?
Resto Chesto.
Really?
Yeah, what a weird like he just came by to talk, like it was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, what did he have to say? Anything interesting?
Well, yeah, I was asking him like what all happened with all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I also pretended like I didn't know anything.
Oh yeah. Like
So I
imagine
could
that.
get more info.
Yeah.
Who that
Did
is?
you find out anything interesting?
Oh yeah, I found like he repeated the entire story. He told his side of it.
Cool.
Did you find out who that is?
Did he mention anything about me being a main character syndrome? Because that's what he said.
I don't think so.
Because that's
I
what
don't
he
think so.
told.
I was more asking him if he had a problem with NPC the game or whatever.
Huh. Well, NPC wasn't in Vegas.
Because I was telling him like all these other people are in the Discord. So I was like,
Yeah.
everybody's in this Discord. Like I was like Jack Talcott and the Flow State guys. They're all
Yeah.
just in my Discord for some reason.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. You got LARPers
Well, you're popular,
in there.
but for some reason, people don't seem to be like interacting a lot. If they're there, they're
Yeah,
very.
he's got lurkers. Like,
yeah, that's what's weird. Like I'm popular on their platform. Like they want me to come on their show, but they'll never go on the Machine Lives. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but it's very
yes,
interesting.
absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I'm popular. Like when I come around, like they always drop the link. They always want me to be on their shows for some reason. I don't know, like because I just literally just sit there. So I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you've interacted a little bit, like whenever, like I rewatched that show that it was Neuro and you and Jack and me and 5 Speed. Like it was like 8 months ago. And that was whenever Jack was first talking about going to Washington, and I was on mushrooms. I didn't even remember being on that show.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I just discovered it recently, and I was like, I went back and I watched it, and I was like, you were talking a bit, but it was like I didn't remember you being on.
Was that on my channel?
No, it was on Jack's show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is weird. Like if I go on these other people's shows, like it'll have to be a topic. But yeah, on Jack Talcott, I'll come up to talk about the topic. You know, because he'll have a title, and I'll literally say, "Okay, this is what I have to say about your title," and then like literally that'll be it. And then I'll give a closer thing. He likes me to do a closer thing because I always have like some fire shit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I agree. It was a very interesting show, and I like, but I never went back to go on that show again. But I told him that I liked him, and I thought it was a great idea that he should follow his dream, and I'm glad because he totally did.
I've talked to him personally for 2 years.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, like he's called me on the phone and stuff. Like we've had arguments off the channel. Like he got mad at me like when we weren't on the show.
That's cute.
Yeah. And then like he called me back, like apologized and shit like 2 weeks later and shit. Like all that shit.
Yeah, and I watched his show a little bit after that, but I never went back on again. He didn't have a lot of open panels after that, I don't think. He doesn't. It seems like
Well,
he'll invite somebody
well,
on.
well, I don't know if you know this, Zeph, but I put like my name on my first episode that I did. So then I just tell people like, this is who I am.
Yeah,
So I've never. Yeah.
That's the second show that I watched of yours. The first one was the live stream that I was on, the first one. And then I went back and I watched your first episode and I was like, this guy is awesome.
There was nothing going on in that first episode. It's literally like
It was too. It was like the best. Oh my god, what?
Yeah, but I mean like it was so empty, like there was nothing to do. Like I was just there.
Talking to yourself, and I thought that was great.
Yeah, people like that a lot more.
Yeah, I liked what you had to say for sure. And I was
That's
like,
the thing is that so many people showed up at first to see my personality, and then when I started telling them my ideas, they're like, "Let's all just leave." So it's pretty funny because like if I made it like a flow state type of show, I would have immediately got way more viewers, right? But I just
I think that it's better the way that you're doing it, honestly.
So, yeah, because there's only so much time in the world, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna sit down and read books and write stuff, then I might as well just do the same thing when I'm online, so I don't waste any fucking time. You know so that's my perspective on it, right? But but I'm finding engaging conversations too, as you've seen. You know?
Yeah, well, and that's why I show up. I mean,
because I think it's important if people talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so if they go off topic like for like 5 minutes, I really don't care because it's like we already talked about real shit for 10 minutes. Nobody else ever does. It's like,
well, that's admirable that you like actually like think about it a little bit. And I've always thought it was great that you allow people on, even some spurgy people or yelly people or whatever, and sometimes they just need to work it out, you know, a little bit. And but you're good at getting.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but like Illumitami and like all those guys,
yeah,
they left the show on their own. I tired Illumitami out on my show, like literally, like literally, he got done with like dealing with my show, right? But yeah.
Well, he apparently thought he had more sway over me than he did whenever he showed up over there trying to get on stage, and he got mad at me because I didn't tell you
I remember that.
I think I handled that well because
there's videos of this guy using like 14-year-olds and stuff against people.
I don't know.
Yes.
That's probably not a good idea.
Sent me something quite disturbing.
I sent that to him.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. They were talking about Michael Aquino and shit.
Oh, no, wait. No, this is just Neurojack's thing then. Yeah, Neurojack's crazy on his own, but yeah, we're both crazy together too.
No, but him and I were talking about this shit because I was telling him about 764, which is absolutely psychotic.
Yeah.
They're you know what I'm talking about, Jeff?
I do.
Yeah. They're a supposed satanic group. They're not really.
Yeah,
I sometimes thought that like me, Browns Boy, and Neurojack are literally the most paranoid people on the internet. Like,
no, you're really not, internet. Dude. You're really not, bro.
Because like we've said shit where people are like, nah, man, like it's not that deep.
No, it is that deep.
Right.
I mean, you might not have like all the details exact.
Yeah, you get
but
it.
But there are fucking people that are doing really wild shit that is like incredibly dangerous.
No, you get it. No, definitely,
yeah,
you get it. But
because
you and a few others get it, but you know, not a lot of people.
But I don't need to be paranoid about that. I mean, I can acknowledge its existence without.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess it's not really paranoid. It's more like actively resistant.
As you should be, because I mean, like literally the YouTube censorship thing is like so really arbitrary, and I actually gathered some like intelligence on this like just a couple of days ago, that it's like it wouldn't let anybody in Gen X Jeff's chat room type capitulate.
Right, yeah, it's like a forbidden word.
Yeah,
it's like a forbidden word for some reason. Like,
yeah,
it's a new level of censorship.
Holy smokes!
Yeah. No, it's some fucking like.
Is that because they don't want to capitulate against the Palestinians?
It's you're right. Yeah, no, it's some fucking jujitsu, digital jujitsu. Like,
there I put the link for the YouTube for Jeff's show, and there's a timestamp in the comments where the evidence is, and you can watch it yourself if you want to. It's like pretty crazy because I know for certain that Jeff did not put that in his like not to mention words, because he would never do that, and he's the one that noticed it. And I didn't notice it right away because it still showed my words on the chat screen until I closed the chat and opened it back up, and then they were disappeared.
Yeah. There's other weird stuff like somebody said like like on InfoWars you can't type Knights of Malta. Isn't that funny? He'll defend the organization.
But what's really weird is you can say capitulate like as much as you want, and you can type it on other channels and it's fine. Like I checked it out, like I tried typing it in over at a different channel and it was fine. Here it was fine. But for something over at Gen X Jeffs, you can't capitulate.
They're trying to make it fighty over there.
Well,
yeah,
well, and I think that there's some agents that are making it worse, like potential agents that are drama farmers.
Oh yeah, on Gen X Jeff, absolutely. He's so like the thing is that when you try to tell Jeff like something weird's happening, he'll be like, no.
Yeah,
so it's like, all right, bro. It's like, okay, you do you then, because because he doesn't take advice, so
doesn't go anywhere else. Like he just has his show.
Well, a lot of people don't take advice.
But his show, like to his credit, his show is pretty open, and he does let everybody have their say. Like he does organize it well. All right, so
he does good. That's why I keep going over there too.
Oh yeah. He's very well organized. But the thing is like, yeah, like some and see, here's the thing: is like he could be in on it, right? So you don't always want to. Like that's the thing with like Talcott. Like a lot of people thought, like, all right, Talcott's, he's getting hammered with the drama, but then it's like his channel keeps growing and he keeps participating. So
it does perpetuate it to a degree, but I don't know that it's consciously that he's doing.
Who, Jack or Jeff?
Jack.
Oh yeah.
And Jeff, like, he manages to avoid it by like being tolerant. It's kind of weird. It's like me doxing myself and people don't fuck with me like that.
I'll fuck with you, Jeff.
Well, yeah, but he's not gonna like stalk me or like friggin' show up with a gun at my house.
I mean that's kinky, but not my type.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She said, "I'm still here. Don't judge me."
Why would I judge you? That's actually really cool.
Yeah, blessings.
That's why you're bestie. Yeah, that's like one of my best friends.
But it's weird because it seems to censor things differently on different channels. Like it's not consistent, and it seems a little arbitrary. Like I don't understand how they programmed this this AI to be targeting these terms, because it's not doing it in a way that's consistent.
That's Brown Boy thing. Brown Boy says he's actually NLP propagandist. Like,
yeah, why don't they target these fucking PDFs?
Well, there are
in masks and shit.
They're starting They're starting to do that. There's a guy that I found that is like doing all of these things. He's like Snafu Snaps, if Snafu Snaps was actually like fighting pedos. and not just like freaking calling everybody a pedo and targeting people randomly.
Yeah, well, I have some cases that he can look at if he really wants to get involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Like, let's just put it that way. Yeah, let's just put it that way.
let's put it that way. Right, exactly.
Well, let's start doing that, people. I mean, geez.
Oh yeah. Like there's these communities and groups like near our vicinity that I could show you that are doing the entire thing, and they're faking it, and they're trying to blackmail people.
I'll send you this guy's channel that I found, because he's got like so many, like, people send him links all the time, and he does like, he's like totally like investigating things, and a lot of times things like have already been like legislated or whatever, and people are in jail, but sometimes like the other day, it was somebody saw his show, and like they actually like found somebody that was like basically had just murdered a couple of people. It was a couple that murdered somebody because they saw this guy's face on his show. Because
some dude yesterday, like in a 30-mile radius of my house, he drove a truck through a church, and then he opened up a machine gun fire on the people in the church.
That is not fucking organic.
Yeah, until somebody shot him in the head or something. Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
that kind of shit
Yeah,
happened.
that's like programmed to kill shit, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like 1000%.
Somebody got MK Ultra.
Right, exactly. 1000%. Like you don't just get like submachine like this is what people don't understand. Like especially like you have like these like kids with like military grade weaponry.
Yep.
You know, and they're just like, oh yeah, they got into their father's like get the fuck out of here. No, they didn't. Like no.
Not
like
since
with Columbine and you know like all these like no, and they all just so happen to be like in military intelligence and like no, it doesn't happen like that.
Did I tell you whenever I was being bullied in high school, I took guns to school. I didn't use them, and I would never have just open fired on the class. But
right, well, we won't
I
talk about that, but I kind of know what you mean. Yeah. But that was like survival. Like, you know, we're not like trying to actually kill people.
Yeah, but I think
that's called growing up in the hood. But yeah, busts.
Yeah. I didn't live in the hood. I lived in a small town, and it was like, yeah. But what's really weird is like years later, a guy that I went to school with is a janitor at the same school, the high school that I went to. He stayed in the city, and he became a janitor at the high school. And it was like around the time that our generation's kids would be going to high school, and there was a school shooter. And he actually went to his truck and friggin' like intervened and was able to save a few people that probably would not have made it. And he was an albino kid, and he was like very nerdy and like, you know, not real socially graceful. And but he was like,
I think that's what I am, honestly. Because I have red hairs. You know what I mean? And then my eyes are really light green. Like, you know, so I think me and my brother, I think we're actually albinos, right? Or we have some form of albinism.
It's like
right? Because
like a new sort of expression of albinism. Yeah.
Yeah, because if
I don't think you're albino.
Yeah, because if I walk outside like really quickly, like I'll sneeze too.
Well, are you turned on by the sun?
A little bit.
Well, that because like my ex, he would get whenever you would talk about sex, he would sneeze.
Yeah, I mean it's
right.
It's interesting because if you look at my cousins, they're all brown skinned.
Yeah, and you're light, so
so
it's like maybe it's like a kind of like what is that thing called where
my grandma had a skin disease too.
Vitiligo. Vitiligo is probably something like that too, because just
she had the thing where she had like the patches on her skin.
Yeah, vitiligo. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Well, does anyone else hear the static, or is it me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you're getting staticky. Yeah.
It's your static.
I'm getting static.
Yeah, you sound like you're inside of the wire.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
You're roboted.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You should go out and come back in, see if it helps.
Yeah, he sounded pretty electrified.
Or whatever your device is, sometimes it helps to restart it, because if you have like not much random access memory, if it's all being like used for background stuff, sometimes it does that. I noticed. But yeah, that's pretty bad. The way it was staticky. I mean, it was like cutting out big time.
Yeah, that was really crazy.
Much better.
You guys sounded like crazy static. What the fuck?
Well, now you're still doing a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was.
Oh shit! But it just sounds like a static. Like there's an overlay of static.
Yeah, it's happening again. But
yeah,
but yeah,
I never shit for real. This is like total fucking machine recovery. Like what is this shit? This is like high level. This is like a hijack of the machine. Like what the fuck?
It kind of sounds funny.
What the fuck? What is actually going on?
Yeah, it sounds like
major
like
interference.
literally like when you're tuning the radio and shit.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
It sounds like actually like whenever I used to have a pair of computer plug-in speakers with a jack, and I wouldn't have something plugged into it, but it would be plugged into the wall. I could hear radio on the speakers whenever I got close to it for some reason.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, dude, at this point. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, because I
hopefully,
think he was trying to talk right there.
yeah, that's crazy. I wonder what causes that. It's like it sounded like major interference or like a really weak signal, like it was being.
I think it's because they have those fucking headphones that plug into the phone or whatever, so they're talking through the headphone, right?
Sometimes.
So, yeah.
Well,
So sometimes, like, if you like step on that shit, it gets smashed.
yeah. I don't know what you mean by that, but like you step on the headphones, or
I don't know either. I just made something up ostensibly. I'm not like a tech guy or anything.
yeah. Well, I know that whenever I had those, like, I used to like take those speakers and they would be plugged into the wall all the time, so they were powered. But then the headphone jack would just be dangling, you know. And whenever I would go into the bathroom and just like sit on the toilet to go to the bathroom, I would start hearing like the radio through the
You've
thing.
had the same problem sometimes. If you go back on the earlier episodes of the show, so
yeah,
whatever it is, you've had that too, like staticky.
yeah. Well, and I think that was my random access memory, but this had, I mean, there was not even a computer hooked up to those computer speakers, and I would have issues with that. But I think I also, like, whenever I'm walking near an FM radio, like sometimes I interfere with the signal. I think I just have a big aura. So whenever I get like emotional, especially, like,
Yeah, I'm building mine up now.
And I'm learning to anchor it, so it hasn't been as bad, but sometimes it still happens. Like,
Yeah, I'm about to build the aura shit like
yeah.
way big. Actually, you know what I mean?
You know how you test how big it is? Go walk under some street lamps late at night, like when they're on, and if you can shut them off as you walk under them, that means your aura is really big. Because it picks up on the light out of visual range, and it turns it off just like the sun. I'm not kidding. It is funny though.
Yeah, I think we lost our friend.
He'll be back. Maybe he's restarting his device.
Well, I think he's got a cell phone. See, this is a problem because he can't share the screen or whatever. So, you know, these guys stream. Yeah, I think Neurojack. Yeah, like Neurojack used to do that.
Yeah. Well, and I think that definitely it's more vulnerable because it's on a cellular network. I wasn't at the show yesterday or the day before. I was sleeping the day before, but then yesterday was I live streamed from my tarot readings.
It was insane. There's so many people came.
Yesterday?
Yeah, it was definitely a really weird show.
I'm glad that lots of people came because I was like,
oh my god, it was weird because I think Mr. Anderson hit me up before the show even started.
Cool.
And he was saying that he wanted to chill out for a minute. So then we immediately started up in discussions. Then we had Nick Volt, Angeline Joy, like Jesse's girl.
Yeah, you know what's really weird is Mike Cerrone left a comment on one of Jeff's show from yesterday saying that Nick had some pictures of his grandkid or something, which I thought was weird. I was
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a comment in Jeff's one of his show from yesterday that was from Mike Cerrone accusing Jeff or somebody of deleting his messages, and then it says something about him about he said some of the people you have on your show, and he used the name Nick Volt because Nick has been going over there too to Jeff's. Saying that he had pictures of his 8-year-old grandson, and I was like, I find that very
guy
hard.
makes up a bunch of stuff.
Yes, he does.
That guy's like
I
one of
think
those
he's
guys
one
that
of.
goes around and like accuses people of being pedos and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I think so too. And I'm like, why the fuck is he targeting Nick? Like that's very suspicious to me because
I
Nick
don't
is
know, but
not.
a lot of people have targeted Professor Nick Volt to where I don't. Let's just say, it is very strange. But
Yeah.
But yeah, let's just put it that way. Yeah,
he's a very smart guy.
I think he's smart. I mean, see, the thing is that I have a very low threshold for engagement on my show, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about people's personalities, so the
Yeah.
thing is that if you want to contribute to the show, because we're already reading like Uncle Teddy, so it's not exactly a great moral example, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Well, and like Mike Cerrone, like saying, think about Jeff's show. Jeff is a gay Satanist. Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Satanist.
Yeah, it's like obviously, but he'll go on there and I've noticed everywhere that he goes, he just talks about himself constantly and like.
Well, he tried to come on. He tried to come on the Machine Lies, and Neurojack just panned him.
Yeah,
that was pretty funny.
That was probably pretty smart because
yeah, he's like, no, dude, you're not going on here. Like, we're talking about other things. like we had peeped him out on like a bunch of channels.
Yeah.
See, and he's one of the reasons why I was saying that Jeff's being drama farmed or whatever, because that guy admitted he was drama farming Jeff on Jeff's show.
Yeah, I know, and then he'll go around and say like that he's bringing value to the channel.
He literally said like, "I'll drama farm your channel and bring value to it," and it's like, well,
thank you.
Yeah, like that's one thing I told Resto yesterday. Like I was like, because he was like, oh yeah, I want to come by on the show, and I'm like, yeah, well, this is what we talk about.
Yeah, well, and I don't think he knows any of that stuff.
He does. He was like, yeah, he was like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you about nanites and stuff.
Oh yeah, well, he works for the government. I mean, he's like overseas.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a military. Actually, I think it got him in trouble. The online stuff got him in trouble with the military or whatever.
That did.
That's what he said.
Yeah, I know. Well, it was like because it was all like between him and another person that was also related to government somehow. And it didn't yeah, that's kind of what I got. I don't know for sure because I don't really care.
I don't really fuck with them.
Yeah.
Heavily into this gossip about people I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's how everybody is. They are very into it. Yeah, I bet you he did. He says all sorts of things like art that are not true that I've noticed, and I'm just like, he's annoying to me.
Yeah, the thing is that to the Moontan person, blessings to you, but we actually don't know these people either. Like, I've been wondering if these people are like feds, actors.
Well, and I don't think that Nick has pictures of his grandkids.
Yeah, like who goes around like these guys go around accusing people of pedophilia and also going around and doing a bunch of weird stuff, blackmailing people, so I think that they're slightly strange in their approach, to say the least.
Yeah, it's very disruptive to a lot of streamers, it seems like.
Yeah, so it's literally people that are online, and I can't tell if it's like an actor, a fed, like, or if they're drama farming and just grifting, because that's certainly a thing, where it could just be that, so it doesn't have to be any deeper on the level. But see, it's like what I said on the show yesterday, and I really meant it. I said not everybody online, like, has to be a fed to have like malicious intentions. Like, when I say fed, I mean generally just somebody with covert intentions, right?
Yeah.
So,
or at least selfish intentions, like,
yeah, like either a grifter, somebody who's trying to actively blackmail people or gatekeep people,
or
somebody who's somebody who's part of a secret organization like the occult or a foreign intelligence firm or a private security firm. Any one of these people could have covert intentions, right? So it doesn't have to be somebody who's connected to government or, because some people, they tend to focus on, oh, it's either the government or the occult or it's corporations, and it's like all of these groups are working together, dude. Like, how stupid do you have to be?
well, and I actually, like, they tried to recruit me at the Illuminati a couple times, but I'm not like really into groups. I went to an OTO meeting once, the local chapter, and it was filled with some really cool people and a bunch of creepy guys that were all there just to see the priestess naked. So I kind of didn't really, I'm not into that.
Yikes.
Yeah. But it was good. It was like a potluck, and we did the black mass. It was pretty, like, it kind of reminded me a lot of like what mass is for Catholics. It was very, very reminiscent of that, except for there was a naked priestess, and I don't really see the difference between them.
Yeah, well, have you ever heard of Joust of the Whores?
No, I have not.
Oh yeah, look it up. Joust of the Whores. The Catholics did some stuff where they had, naked ladies for sure.
Yeah, well, and see, to me, that, I mean, that didn't lend to the experience, really. I mean, not that I dislike naked ladies, but it just seemed a little bit weird.
Yeah, the Medicis, when they took over the Pope.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Some of those people might have been mine and Twilight's relations, but that doesn't reflect badly on me personally. I know that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, my ancestors were probably killed a lot of Muslims.
Probably the irony of that. Eesh.
Yeah, I mean, they were Sikhs.
Yeah.
They either killed Muslims or got killed by them. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, and you don't have to. It's kind of like my friend that was German. I mean, he was not even alive during World War II, but yet he carried around a lot of the the like, I don't know if it's like animosity is the right word for it, or like guilt. Like, for, like, he was very sensitive about not the word Nazi. And
yeah, we could hear you a little bit. You gotta turn
yeah.
yourself up, it looks like, but you're faded out, but you're coming in clear now. Yeah.
Okay. That was
Yeah, there
great.
you go.
They legitimately tried to set off the Edom bomb. My phone got super hot. It's never been hot the whole time I've had it. Okay, out of nowhere, and it went completely black.
You're totally healthy.
Yeah, you got to do this shit on a laptop, bro. I'll tell you right now, because holding the radiated brick is just straight up. Like, I got a long ass cord plugged into this laptop attached to the microphone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so I don't even. Yeah.
I'm on speaker, so I don't even.
And I still feel like I'm cooking myself. That's crazy, man.
Well, you have to do like your energy. See, that's why you need the aura work, is because if you have the aura work, you can actually repel the negative stuff a little bit more effectively.
Wait, whoa. Why did he have pictures of someone's kids? Oh boy.
He doesn't. That's somebody said that. It wasn't. It's not necessarily true. And the guy that said that is like very questionable in his intent.
Oh yeah. Well, of course. Well, I mean, the people who accuse usually are the ones, you know.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 times that's the case.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, the Sikhs. I mean, that's a really interesting religion. It's kind of syncretistic in a way.
Yes.
You know, it combines elements of Hinduism and Islam, right? So the Punjabis, you know, traditionally they're Sikhs, but you know, if you go to Punjab, it's in India and Pakistan both. You know, so there's parts of it in India and parts of it in Pakistan. So we're actually from the Pakistan side, right, which is northern than India, right? And it's basically, yeah. So we're sort of from northern Punjab, in Pakistan, right? And our ancestors were Sikh, and they converted to Islam, basically. So that's where that's where we came from.
It's good to have people explain the difference for sure, because like I don't know if you were aware of this happening, but like there was someone that like went into a Sikh temple here in Albuquerque and killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, because they think that sometimes they do it because they think they're Muslim, which is really crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy thought, and hopefully he's
So
behind bars now. But
yeah, so imagine when like imagine like when he's in jail and somebody showed him like the Wikipedia page, like you dumb motherfucker, like.
Well, you would think that somebody would do more investigation but they don't. They don't do the investigation before they go off, and
they might not even care.
Yeah, but
because they might think it's more shocking to do it to people who look like Muslim, but they're not.
But I mean, why I can't understand what would compel somebody to do that without.
It'd be funny if they didn't even want to kill Muslims, but they wanted to kill Arabs, and they just hit like they were twice wrong because they're not even it's not even Arabs, it's not Muslims. Like, we're gonna kill these Arab Muslims. They're like walking a Sikh temple. It's like they're actually Indian Punjabi, like
yeah. Well, and
not Muslims.
I've seen some Hindu hate online as well. Like recently, like I somebody in a Telegram linked this like really Hindu documentary that was talking about how they make their houses out of cow shit and they use their hands to.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny because some of the Pakistanis will double down on the Indian hate because they're like they already hate Indians. So it's like what? It's like, but you look like a brown. Like you could get hated on yourself just because you look like them. Don't you? They don't get it.
Yeah, it's behind. I mean, and I watched the whole documentary, and I was like, "Wow, I had no idea that this was the case." But
I've seen Pakistani guys saying like Pajit and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, don't you? It's like, what?
How is not that dirty? I mean, it's not it's not gross, especially if you mix it with clay. I could see them making bricks out of it, you know, and they do build their houses with it, yes, but that doesn't mean they're filthy. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. That would be like, oh, they're the filth of the earth or something like that. And
Yeah, like how do they think their food is grown? Like
you got fertilizer all over your food and pesticides, and you're calling me dirty? No. that doesn't compute.
Yeah, it's wild.
I really like Sufi traditions a lot, and I used to spin as a kid. Like, I think there's something to that spinning, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Oh, the
I used to
whirling
spin a lot.
dervishes, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I mean, I used to do it until I literally like got so dizzy that I would just fall down in the grass, you know? And I think that was my way of like experience an alternate reality. I
That's what
think
I
that,
would do too. Yeah, I would like spin around for a long time and then close my eyes and lay down.
yeah. Well, I used to do lots of weird things as a kid. Like, I would also like sit in the bathroom and push on my eyeballs, like to where you know you can see light. Whenever you push on your eyeballs a little bit, you'll start seeing like light. And I would sit like in the sink on the bathroom counter, like with the mirrors of the medicine cabinet like folded to where they were all facing each other, so you're like in a trifold infinity. And I would like stare for hours down the, you know, at that. Like, I was a weird kid. Hum with the vacuum cleaner. Like, there's so many things that I did as a kid that they now make sense to me in retrospect, but it's so weird that I just had those instincts to do that.
Exactly, Moonshine.
Yeah, like I don't know why, but like every time I've taken like drugs or whatever, it's had a really negative effect, especially the first time. Like I remember the first time I did alcohol or weed or mushrooms, I had a really bad experience. And then I just continued to do it for a very sustained period of time. So
Huh.
I don't know what that is, but yeah.
Maybe it's
Like I had
artificial, like an artificial, making you know, it's like, like, you know how like going through suffering gives you gifts? Maybe you're like inducing that on yourself.
yeah, it's definitely exciting to like find drugs back in the day.
Yeah,
So yeah.
I had exposure to like pot pretty early, and I definitely did some teenage drinking, but I didn't really.
Oh yeah.
I actually got into
Once I
harder
was
drugs like
well,
pretty early, but I never had negative experiences with any of them.
Yeah, I had a terrible experience the first time I smoked cannabis. I had like a mental breakdown.
really.
Yikes!
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I started hallucinating and then I went to sleep and
Oh
I
shit.
talked to my grandma who was dead, who had just died.
What?
Yeah, and I was like, okay, this is some weird shit. So then I woke up and I was like, and all of a sudden, um, like I used to be very quiet and like stuttery person, and all of a sudden that changed like in a day.
Well, you know, they say that
What the hell was this weed? That sounds
schizophrenic.
more like some LSD shit.
Yeah,
That's
like my
wild.
throat chakra was open, dude. Like it was weird, dude.
Yeah,
Like, I was
that
like,
makes
what
a
the
lot of
fuck?
sense to me. I think that I find a lot of people that are schizophrenic are just like mystics that couldn't handle the trip.
Absolutely. 1000%.
Yeah, Pakistan is very much in debt to China, but so is America.
Yes.
But
Nobody.
Yeah.
Pakistan is very like Pakistan is literally right next to China, so it's literally borders China. So yeah, so they're hugely in debt to China because it's literally the neighboring like superpower.
They're
Uh,
buying a lot of Africa right now too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know who actually armed China, and yeah, Dom.
England. Oh,
Well, yeah, well.
some of it was like, I mean, the Opium War thing that was kind of fucked, and Hong Kong.
Well, yeah, it was the
yeah, that's good old Lord Lord Palmerston, who
Well,
who actually bombed America, by the way.
yeah, I don't think that reflects badly on current English people, but I
Oh
think
no,
yeah,
yeah,
it's
but they took sides in the Civil War, and they started the Opium Wars. And this guy Lord Palmerston is one of the most evil dudes in history for sure.
right. Yes. Well, I mean, you look at the British royal family, and they have like the Stone of Scone, and they reenact like all of these like fucking biblical plays and shit in their coronation. So they claim descendancy from King Solomon. So
yeah.
that's kind of telling you something. Mhm.
Hmm.
Like it's not just decoration.
Yeah, I've never actually been on a bad trip except for whenever I smoked a joint that was laced with PCP and didn't know that it was laced with PCP.
Maybe that's what happened to me.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, that was pretty traumatic. It was bad timing too because it was like the same. It was a Friday, and right before I was going to my grandfather's funeral, and like be taking a long trip in the back seat with his ashes. So yeah, and it was really traumatic too because like the the Masons showed up to his funeral, and I didn't know anything about any of that. Plus, I saw my dad cry for the first time, which like I almost burst out laughing because that's how like shocking that it was that my emotional body like was trying to
Maybe
do.
they're the ones who laced your joint. The fucking Masons.
Right.
But they showed up because my grandfather had been part of their organization, unbeknownst to me. And my mom said that she was aware of that, but that he didn't ever go to any meetings or anything at a certain point, and she never really asked him about it. But my grandfather was a really like awesome person for me in my life. As I would probably be like a lesbian and been a man hater, like had it not been for my grandfather. Because he spent a lot of time, we like read like National Geographics, and he like was a woodworker, and he would make like he made me a jewelry box and a stool, and uh he played music and things like that, that just like I got a good male influence from him that I didn't get from my dad.
Down with the patriarchy.
Yes, down, but not all the way down, like not away with it. It just needs to be balanced a little bit.
Well, I can agree with that. Yeah, I
And I,
actually think that we would be best if we went back to a mature focal.
I don't know. I think both sides of imbalance. I think it should just be like
No, not a matriarch. That's the other extreme.
yeah. Well, why is it?
Focal is kind of like a balance between the two.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be really good. That's what I'm aiming for. And I call the patriarchy. I don't call it patriarchy. I call it the patrix.
Well, yeah, that's I like that.
Yeah, and I have hashtag down with the patrix. And people can take that. I like the double entendre of it too, because it's like you could be down with things that you like.
It works for other big brain mammals, like, what is it?
Orcas and elephants.
Orcas and elephants. Yeah, right. No, that's true. Oh yeah, we were talking about when I was talking about women are dumb, and yeah,
Yeah,
right.
and
And when I was reading the Birth of the Great Cosmic Mother. Mm-hmm.
I was like working on a joke that had to do with elephants the other day. I was like, if they were vampire elephants, they would never, ever, ever forget.
Right. Patriarchy is gay. Yeah, it is.
And not in a happy way.
Really gay. It's really gay. And Mick Gow is like just a bunch of closeted homosexuals, for sure.
Yeah, isn't that just Japanese? It's like Japanese misogyny.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all just like want to be trans, or I don't know. Like,
I don't even know. I just heard it a lot thrown around, and I haven't really investigated it yet. But that was what I kind of
want to get with trans. Like, I don't, And I say, like, go for it. Like. I just don't understand.
I think you would make a good ruler, Moonton.
Huh?
I think Moonton would make a good ruler.
For sure. I agree.
Le Monde or a la mode. Either one.
I think she would too. Yeah, Miguel is and so is the neo feminist with their fucking blue hair. Like,
it's weird because it only statics whenever you're talking. So I don't know if that's your speaker, microphone, or what, but it's doing it again a little bit.
It's doing it again?
A little bit, yeah. It's not as bad as it was.
No.
At least it is for me.
So
yeah, it's
Muhammad, the Jerkiness did a video talking about a more sufficient way to bomb Israel. He's giving advice. He's giving advice. This guy is fucking he's so fucking like the shit he says is so off the cuff, man.
So
he's like, this is a more efficient way.
What is this October 7th thing that all of the like pro-Israel people?
It's atrocity propaganda. Yeah,
yeah,
like
that's what I thought.
They like funded Hamas to like go like do some atrocity propaganda. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Hamas was armed by Assad, so
yeah, like
yeah,
like they try to act like the Palestinians are Hamas when
they're
they
following
created Hamas.
Exactly.
They're following the same script that America took with Saddam, like, and they did the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah, well, they're saying that Iran has weapons of mass destruction. So.
Yeah. Iran hasn't been in a war in fucking 2 centuries.
Like, I think when I was in middle school, I think Babu.
Yeah.
The average age of the dead is 6. Yeah, right? For sure they were all Hamas. Yeah. No doubt.
Well, and the watermelon thing with being the same color as the Palestinian flag, I'm not mad that that's a symbol at all, because we have the Sandia Mountains behind us. That's the mountain I was talking about earlier, and it's the Watermelon Mountain. I'm not mad.
Yeah, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service.
Yeah, well, in my daughter's middle name is Isis, but that was before it was a supposed terror organization.
Well. Hold on. They stole that shit just like they always do.
I know they
To
did.
to to
In
no
retrospect.
no no. They stole that shit like they always do. Okay, to denigrate the goddess.
Yes, they did.
They create,
And,
they got Sophie Bot, they got Isis, they got the Shekinah, which is the Shekinah.
yeah.
They always do this shit.
Well, I don't know
So
if you know this, but
actually,
they destroyed tons of ancient Babylonian, Assyrian
Yes.
temples and shit.
that was the real reason for the war.
They destroyed tons of them.
Yeah,
Like the looting from the temples and shit was insane.
1000%. They had all the military go in and just loot everything. There's a channel
Yeah, so
on
they,
YouTube.
and you know what they'll do? They'll erase it and then they'll build a monument and they'll tell some fake ass history in the place where it happened. Right? Like they'll build a monument to that shit where it's a total fake like historical amusement park for like these scholars and stuff that literally made up a story.
Muslim, it's not surprising for people that know that they do that shit. Yeah, I know, right? That's ironic right there.
Right.
That's how you
Right, exactly.
Well, it's really cool. Whenever I worked at the deli, there would be Muslim people that would come in, and like everybody that I worked with, like hated whenever they would come because they would ask for meat, but they would ask you to clean the slicer before to make sure that there was absolutely no pork exposure. And I didn't have a problem with doing that at all, even if they only wanted a half a pound. It's like it just like it was part of like it's like it's probably time to clean the damn thing anyways. And so I just like would do that, but they would wait to come to get groceries. They would ask me what my schedule was, and they would come when I was there because they trusted me.
Well, I've seen Muslims that literally they'll drink alcohol and they'll cheat on their wife, but they don't eat pork. So it's kind of weird.
Well, I like going to like halal restaurants because I think that it's like good food. And I don't know, just like I like lamb.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be worse to eat. I mean, I think it's pretty bad to eat lamb.
Yeah, it's good though. It tastes good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like lamb and pigs and stuff, like I think they're pretty intelligent. Like that's kind of how I go off of it.
Yeah, well, and any animal that you eat has an intelligence. I think it's the method of killing is better among those cultures. They are very swift and they have blessings.
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a sacrament. I mean,
yeah, it's basically like paying homage to the animal for the sacrifice that it's given for your life. Like,
yeah.
And whenever I shot a deer, I did the same thing.
Yeah, the Native Americans did that.
Yeah.
But I still land like my my dad, like how he feels about it is basically like they're suffering, and so it's better than the factory farms, and it's better that than them like starving to death and shit.
Yeah, that's true.
But I still personally like I still kind of have an issue with it. Like I don't know.
I don't eat a lot of, to be honest.
He wanted to take me hunting and shit, and I just like I don't know.
Yeah, I shot a deer, and whenever, and I like grew up on a ranch where they butchered cattle, and it was done like very like the animal like was not stressed out, and it was the best. I mean, it was good meat. Like the animals were like free range cattle that had acres and acres to wander, and they were well treated. But I think that it's important to be aware of like the damage that goes the animals that are pumped with antibiotics and things like that. And I try and source as much of that kind of stuff as I can from like local sources that I actually know the people. And we have eggs and chickens, and our chickens get to wander around the neighborhood. They don't even like have they don't even have to they're not trapped anywhere. We put them in at night, but we let them go during the day. And we have 10 more chickies today. So, and the 4 that made it from the last group that weren't eaten by coyotes, I guess. And the one that was murdered by a puppy before he knew better. Well, he was mostly murdered. I had to finish it because there was no saving that chicken. New suffering.
You know, see, I kind of agree with Moontan. My dad would agree. You know, now see, I'm not vegetarian, so I feel a little bit like a hypocrite. I don't really eat lamb. My dad eats everything.
I rarely do.
But I'm fucking Italian, so I do eat like pork and shit. Not a lot. I eat mostly white meat. But I mean, yeah, just the idea of killing an animal is difficult for me.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't. You have to like know what goes into it if you're gonna eat it. I mean, it's like
that's what he says. You sound like him.
Yeah, but
Muhammad, what's your take on that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really into like eating meat and stuff. That's just my personal thing.
I'm not a vegetarian, but I don't eat a lot of meat.
I'm kind of more like vegetarian.
Are you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but yeah, if I'm like under extreme duress and stuff, and like maybe once in a while, like I'd say like once every 3 months or something, or like maybe if I'm like really struggling and stuff to like find decent meals and stuff, it'll be like once a month, but yeah, I usually don't indulge that much in meat and stuff.
Well, see, I tried to go vegetarian, and I have like one of those blood types where it's like almost impossible.
I'm A negative. I do better with raw food than a lot of cooked food, and not a lot of meat. I mean, I eat a lot of nuts and avocados and eggs. I eat a lot of eggs, but I try.
Yeah, that's how I am.
I eat a lot of eggs too.
And the local eggs, like I can go see the chickens and how they live. So, and the best ones are from my mom's house. I mean, she has her own chickens. And now I have chickens. We had one rooster, and he went and kidnapped a chicken from the neighbor and brought her home. She just like they eloped, and now we have like 4 grown chickens that are their progeny, and 10 more that were just born yesterday. You can hear my rooster outside. He's already crowing.
Right, yeah. See, Moontan, I'm kind of the same way. But it's just because, like, I feel dead if I don't have meat. Like, I literally feel like I'm dying. There's, like, something in my blood yeah. Because I tried, and it didn't work for me.
Yeah, you'll starve yourself if you don't have some protein, like, from meat. And we're omnivores, we're supposed to have it. I mean, but I think that you can be more respectful to the animal than what you get from the grocery store.
Yeah, same Moontan. Yeah, yeah, you know, I 100% agree with Moontan. That's exactly where I'm looking at it. Like, if it was just like if we were living like in a village and shit, like I'd be fine with eating meat. But it's the fact of the factories and shit. Like, I think that's disgusting.
Well, and the standard for what they call free range chicken, just so you know, is they have like a small little pin that is open at the end of the large, like friggin' like it's like a big square metal building, and they let them like rotate in that little area. It's not free range. It's not. But they call it free range.
No, yeah, I'm in total agreement, Moontan, for sure. As usual.
Like, I'm not with like bull sperm injector machines, right?
Yeah.
And then stealing the baby away from the cow. Like, I'm just not with all that.
Too, about animals, because I was like, you know, they artificially inseminate the cows. They have to stick the packet of the sperm that they've extracted from the bull way up in there, and then they have to like simulate like sex with the cow. They have to shake it so that way, because they figured out that if they don't do that, the cow won't get pregnant.
Right.
But that's okay.
Totally, yeah. Well, see, you know, there's so much accepted that really should, like, I don't even want to, like, when vegans realize plants have feelings too.
They do.
Oh gosh, yeah.
They do. But the plant is way more like understanding. Like it's not. It doesn't like they don't really have. They are actually murderous too. There's like acacia trees in Africa that were being overgrazed by like wildlife. Well, it was like actually like antelopes and things, and they actually bump up their toxicity and release like some sort of a like signal into the air, and the trees that are downwind bump up their toxicity too. And they discovered this because like all of these antelope were like dying, and they couldn't figure out like what was going on. So some scientists went in and they figured it out. And so I guess the trees were talking to each other, and they were very much aware that they were being like overgrazed, and they were counterattacking. Which is
okay. You were in fact Muslim. I had wondered about that. So you were for a while.
Yeah, that's crazy because she also mentioned that she's Dutch and German, so that's interesting.
Yes. Well, we're on the same path now, so that is very interesting. But she I know she still has a respect for the Quran, kind of like I do. So yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, like
occultists.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like it's crazy if I actually pick up and read the Quran, and I mean, a lot of people might not have this experience, but honestly, like if I pick it up and read it, like there's no lies detected. Like it's very hard to find. Like it's like It's very hard to find like anything I disagree with in there, to be honest. Shoot.
Well, I mean, it makes a lot more sense than the
It's pretty
Judeo,
simple. Like
you
the
know.
verses are very simple. Like it's not saying a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't think plants and animals are equal, but I do think that they have intelligence, different degrees of intelligence, but and yeah, you should have respect for anything that's giving you life. You should be grateful for that. And I think that does make a difference.
Yeah, the thing with the cows, that's what I was saying earlier. It's absolutely rape.
Yeah.
It was part of my path to become the adversary because I dislike Abrahamism. It's a long story, but yes, eventually Imam did enter my heart. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, and I go around telling everybody that Satan needs love too. And how else would you conquer that with? I mean, it seems to.
I think that's totally fucking crazy, but like, you got to understand that, like, okay, like, if God, like, okay, if God is all powerful and all knowing and omniscient and all,
Yeah,
all these things, then that means there's nothing outside of its control. Okay, so when it says that he creates, forms light, and I always fucking forget exactly. I used to know this shit like by heart. But you know what I'm talking about. Like, I form the light and I create darkness. I bring peace and I bring war. Whatever. It talks about like the Lord is the Lord of war. All
You're
this
talking
shit.
about the verse in Isaiah and shit. Isaiah like 50 some shit.
Right? Yeah, like 53 or some shit. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, what the hell is this saying? And people just kind of like, graze by that, and they're just like, oh well, let's not look at that. And it's like, well, no, let's look at that. Like, what does that mean? and I say like God is evil, and we're like, oh, you can't say that. It's like, well, what the fuck does it say? Like, what do you mean I can't say that? And people get all up in arms, and it's like, well, if you really understand what that's saying, it's just saying that God is evil and good. And so what that means is, it has the capacity for good and evil. It doesn't mean that it exercises. There's a difference. If you're all potentiality, if you're all possibility, then you have the propensity and the capacity for both, right? Just like we do. The difference is God is beyond good and evil. We're not. Like, it's really that simple. I don't know why this is difficult, at least in my perspective, And so, like, Satan is like the shadow of God, as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's it's really I don't I don't know why that's so fucking like heretical when I don't know how it could be any other way, really.
I get that, Moonton. I understand that. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I kind of like sort of embrace the same philosophy. Sort of like, if somebody is going to, like, I mean, I follow like what I think is the right thing to do no matter what, and I will defend people even if they're bad people. I will defend their behavior if it's good, and I catch a lot of flack for that. But yeah, I definitely didn't take what you were saying personally. I just like used it as an opportunity to state what I think.
Yeah, personally, like I personally think like good and evil is depending on your power and capacity you have, right?
And
so
intent.
yeah, so I think God has a different moral scope and range. I think God is good, but I think what it is that we don't understand God's morality, and that's why knowledge of good and evil could lead you astray. So I think knowledge is bad. Like I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I think if you think that knowledge is basically going to that you could use it to like master reason, master nature, that's going to be a trap, so I think that is necessarily where evil manifests, it's like where you use knowledge to try to go beyond, nature, and I think that is one of the things that I think that's what the evil is about, and I think that's why it's a natural setting. It's like a tree. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of stuff there, to unravel.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Why necessary? That would be funny. I mean, it would be funny in a ridiculous way. Brown's boy.
Yeah. I also like to point out that the three Abrahamic religions totally disagree with each other.
They definitely on so many levels.
Yeah, like so like that's one thing I love to explore. Like I wrote only 400 pages about it, but I honestly could have wrote like 800 and more pages, because it's just so much there in how much they disagree with each other. So I think, like to slap a label on it, like to say like, well, these are monotheistic or these are Abrahamic or something like that. I think because they all have different views of who Abraham was.
Yes.
So.
Yes, this is true. And then when you get into the esoteric levels of it, it's also very nuanced. And a lot of people don't realize this. And I would agree with not know too. I think God as a trademark is pure evil, but as a force is wholly benevolent. Right. And I would also agree with Mooncan that, let me make it clear. I'm not in Abrahamism today, but it gave me perspective to understand. For me, Abrahamism was the bad, so I became it. So it's like, I can reflect on that, and I can see from that perspective, and like looking at it from this perspective of, the esoteric, and that all is essentially God, and putting that together with what Not Know just said, that what God is portrayed as is fucking evil, but what it actually is, is not, so that's what I would say. But I'm clearly, an occultist. I'm a pagan. I'm a Lucifer, whatever the fuck you want to, call me. And Mooncan is as well. And,
I'm a Catholic, so we know she's a bad girl.
Yes, very much so.
In the best way possible.
We all were.
I wasn't raised in any religion, but I did actually like really enjoy whenever the Jehovah's Witnesses would come by, because my dad, like, he's like, he let me go to church with all my friends and things like that, but that was the like only freedom that I got growing up, really. Other than just out in nature all by myself or with my family. And so I did actually monopolize the Jehovah's Witnesses tendency to come in and visit, and I monopolized a lot of their time, probably just to get out of my chores, because my dad would allow that, and he wasn't religious himself, but he had like some like he didn't think it was going to get me in any trouble, at least. So he would not question my motives, which was nice.
Yeah, I always thought Iblis was really interesting.
Yeah, I like that they were non-judgmental too. They didn't like I mean they would like take my questions in earnest and like answer the questions that I had, and even though I didn't agree with them, they would keep coming back, which I thought was really great. When I was older though, I would invite them in to smoke a bong, and they would still sit there, but they would like come in less and less.
Yeah, well, the Mormons actually believe that Lucifer and Jesus are twins. So that's a very interesting perspective.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because there's so many
It does. It makes total sense. From a very occult perspective.
Yeah, the Mormons are really helpful, regardless of if they're a death cult or not. We had several like
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they'll come in and they'll help you like lift like really heavy beams when you're building your pergola in your backyard, or like if you're building a house, they'll come and help you build your house, and they never ask for anything in return, which I think is a good, it's a good thing for young people to go on like something like that, because I think it cultivates altruism and generosity, and it exposes you to different cultures and people. So I don't know. I think it's kind of like sus that they won't let you go into the temple if you're not like a Mormon. I kind of wonder what's going on in there. But
well, I got an idea or two.
Yeah, no, and I think anything that has magic underwear, probably not good. I know a 60-plus-year-old lady who is still a virgin and wears those underwear, and I can't quite wrap my head around how she's not like mentally challenged, being so suppressed, but she does all right. I mean, and she's a nice lady. So I don't know.
So,
Yeah, the Mormons, that they help, and we fed them too, and they were invited and were getting gifts on Christmas at my ex's parents' house, and they were lovely people. So if they've got a death cult, at least they're not too intrusive or forceful with their preaching.
yeah, but see, the only thing is, I would love to believe that it's all like out of the kindness of their heart, but I also feel like they're trying to, get you to be comfortable so that they can, bring you into their cult.
Yeah, they did try to recruit me whenever I went to Mormon church camp with my friend, but they didn't ever pursue it. Like I like didn't go back to Mormon church camp, and they weren't too disappointed or try and stalk me after. So I don't know.
Now, to be fair, I don't think the people that are actually doing that really know, like, the extent of what's going on. But the people who send them most definitely do.
You were bullied by a merman for your hairy legs, or a Mormon.
Yeah. That's unhinged.
Yeah, it was more.
All I know that
like it was like a
that
group.
You are not allowed to talk to non-Mormons.
So they were Mormon or mermen? I mean, I'm confused because mermans don't have legs. Maybe they were just bullying you because you had legs. Maybe it wasn't about them being free.
But you're not allowed to talk to non-mermen. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny, though.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was hilarious. It couldn't have been planned any better if it was planned.
I'm pretty stoned at this point.
Oh yeah,
actually happening.
Excuses. But that was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm a little sphinxy, but I still think that the LARPing of eating a person is kind of untoward.
It's the only way to salvation.
Yeah, nah, I don't think so.
Oh, come on. It's just a little flesh and blood.
Even as a little bit sphinxy, I think that is kind of distasteful.
I mean,
if you're gonna eat somebody, I could think of better ways.
Yeah, I think
most definitely
to LARP it. And I don't think it should be mandatory. I think it definitely should be consensual.
Yeah, it should definitely be consensual, and it should be a lot less teeth and a lot more tongue. Personally,
yeah. Definitely less teeth.
Yeah.
Lion.
What we were talking about, it was like they're getting kids to LARP eating people. They're and they think they can tell me anything. I don't think so. That's
Zeph, have you seen this this fucking CIA, Mossad, whatever the fuck he is, Imam fucking Mahdi, whatever the hell.
yes.
Mahi has appeared, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of that.
Something else.
Yo, you know what I'm interested in is his YouTube channel before he became that, or before he started LARPing. That would be interesting. To look at what he was talking about, like in terms of politics and stuff.
Yeah, I'm really interested to talk to Father Swidan and actually like ask him about like why what I want him to explain his humor to me.
Explain his humor?
Yeah, like about the statement he.
Oh yeah. Did you kill your babies?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Zeph, if she killed her babies.
You know, like, yeah, if I killed my child, that's what he asked. And I'm like really like befuddled by how that's funny, and I just have to know now.
Well, they had like a roast, like they were roasting Muslims last night. Like, I was gonna call in, but yeah, it was pretty funny. But yeah, the guy was kind of a nerd that they were roasting. But yeah, Father Slayden, like, he roasts people.
Yeah, but he went to
say that. Wait, hold on, whoa. Brownswood just dropped a bomb.
The Edom bomb.
Yes. Is he gonna come and debate? Is he gonna refute my argument that the church murdered and massacred the yeah, I would love to see that, because I got like so many.
I guess he said they were being massacred as well.
Well, you know, like,
so
I'll pay anyone $100 if they can refute this shit, because it's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
Well, but get this, Mel. He showed up over at Glenn Lawrence's the other day and was like,
"No way."
Yes, it was like very.
Well, you know what he said? You know what he said yesterday? That I think that me and Unseen would definitely not agree with, because he said if you get a blessing from your I'm like church like guy that's in like your church, and he says you can go on whatever, then he says he'll support it. And I'm like, that is, I was like, I think that, because if you read Paul, he's like, women can't even talk. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
right.
well,
I mean, I respect him otherwise, but if he's gonna defend the Crusades, like,
I don't think he defends Crusades, because that was before. I mean, that was after the Great Schism, so I don't think they take credit for the Crusades at all.
Probably not.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, because that's not their church. Of Twilight, so they separated from that church after. You know what I mean?
But
no, I know that.
Glenn's, they were talking about, like, he was talking about like some personal stuff about how he was like having like some like issues with his wife. I didn't even know he was married. Or I guess I just assumed he wasn't married, but he was talking about some personal stuff. But I walked in at the end of it. I came in at the end and I didn't like watch back very far. But he was talking about building a bed, and to me his speech seemed it sounded like he was a little bit drunk, honestly, but I was like,
they're allowed to drink.
Well, so it sounded like he was drunk, but I didn't know if he even was able to drink, or if he would.
Yeah, they're allowed to drink. Yeah, they're allowed to get hammered. Like Christians and Jews, they're allowed to get hammered. Yeah.
But I found it really interesting, and I was actually a little bit worried, because it seemed like it was like he was like, talking about personal stuff on.
Yeah, I just stopped drinking like altogether, because I was like, this is spiritually affecting me. So I just stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, I rarely drink, and I do sometimes, but like, yeah, I don't just like go like, I don't know, I don't go preaching whenever I'm doing that, at least. I don't go preaching anyways, but it seemed like really weird that he was over on Glenn's channel. And I just was like, wow.
He's on all those channels.
I was like, is he okay? You know, I was actually concerned for him a
Well,
little
he's been
bit.
on my channel.
Yeah, well, I know.
Well, you know, he came in to argue with Twilight. So he's had actually because actually last time he came up to actually debate Nick Volt, and that went pretty interesting as well. So yeah, he's very engaged. He's a little bit he's a lot more fighty than Unseen Warfare is.
Well, see, here's the thing. In order to debate me, he needs to actually have like evidence. Otherwise, it's not really a debate. So, like,
yes,
I understand he's a father, but that doesn't give him a pass. Okay? So he needs to realize who he's up against. And yeah, I just said that. Okay? Anyone who knows me, Muntan, okay, like I got sources all day long. So he says he's gonna refute. Well, here, prepare yourself because I got him all day long. And it's not even really a debate because all of this shit is documented historically. Now, as for the Orthodox Church, that's a separate animal, okay? But what happened with the Crusades, what happened with the witches, all that, it's not debatable. It's historical fact. So I don't even know what there is to debate. So I welcome any challenge on that. That's nothing personal. I like them otherwise. But anyone who's going to try to defend that is out of their mind. Just pure and simple. And I really don't care how they feel about it.
Yeah, I think you should do some exercises to keep yourself moderate in your volume, like before you ever even think about doing that. Just so you
because if it's done like an actual debate, if it's an actual debate and they come with actual evidence, okay, then it's fine. But if it becomes an emotional thing, well, just trust me, bro, then I'm not going to bother because that's not a real debate.
Okay.
Like, come with evidence or don't come at all. It's that simple. If you don't have evidence, you have nothing to say.
She's saying you got to calm down so that that could be a back and forth engagement more.
Well, no, it's simple. Come with evidence or don't waste my time.
He's on fire. He just flamed up.
Upset right now.
I'm talking about.
But that
you got to relax though, Holmes.
Yeah, I think that I'm not saying that as a negative thing. I'm just saying you want to be prepared so you don't look how he's going to try and make you look.
No, you don't understand.
Because
what I'm saying right now.
Because if you get upset, they use it against you. So it's not that it looks bad on you.
I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it right now. So if anyone hears it later, they get the point. That if no one comes with evidence, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, but
so but nothing. That's it.
But there's like 5 people watching this, so ostensibly everybody who's listening to this already understands that. You know? But
Sean even says so. Don't let him bait you.
No, because I've had so many people try to play this game with me. It's not just him. I've had many people try to play this game with me, and it's like, okay, well, where's your evidence?
No amount of evidence is going to make you look better than if you are actually calm.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah,
just for right now.
That's
when the actual debate starts, I won't have to say it because it'll already be very clear.
Yeah, I get mad when people pay too much attention to how I'm saying something instead of what I'm saying. But the fact is that, they'll use it against you, right? Like they'll say, well, this guy's getting upset and all this stuff, and he's getting emotional, all right? So then they'll use it again. So if you just have a calm back and forth, right, it helps explain your point a lot better.
He was doing it too, so I seriously doubt he's going to be prepared. If you are, that will be very good for you. Is all I'm saying.
Are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm saying it to you guys right now. I'm saying that unless somebody has evidence, don't waste my time. Okay, number one.
Well, you won't know.
I'm saying, okay, well, good.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, it's not about
what I want. I mean, I don't care what you do. Right? But yeah, you know, obviously I love you and everything, but but yeah, there's we need to, but the online debate thing is like, it's kind
Yeah,
of
it
weird.
needs to actually
Because
be a debate.
Sweden's deep in that scene. I mean, like he's always playing, like he's like in one debate and then another debate. So they're debate bros. So it's a little bit different. But
Yeah, whatever they're calling debate. It's like disagreement with
yeah, like
yelling.
unseen. Yeah, like unseen is not a debate bro at all.
No, but he does
like
get very easily as well.
yeah,
Love him,
but Sweden's a debate bro. So it's a different style.
We came to an understanding the other day, Unseen and I. He doesn't understand my thinking, and he understands now that I'm not trying to piss him off. So yeah, and he was taking things way too seriously, and I'm not down with that anymore.
Well,
So
unseen will just rage quit. You know what I'm saying? He'll just like if it gets too
let him
crazy. He'll just,
back. He kept coming back for more and more and more
oh
and
really?
more. On Neuro's Discord, and it was pretty funny because like yeah, we ended it with us making fun of each other and just all laughing, which was great.
Yeah, yeah. Twilight builds himself up though, and right. And then and it gets more and more intense. I mean, right? So that's what's interesting about Twilight. It's kind of more interesting style.
Need to break through that with the humor. That's all I'm gonna say. Because he's like, oh wow, very. I busted him actually because he was copy pasting his evidence without crediting the source, and I happened to I got an intuition to like look for where he got this because it was just coming it seemed like it was not his authentic typing of the response. He was just cutting pasting some responses, and so I found it and I was like I tagged him and like basically said if you're gonna like take father what's words, you should at least like let us know that that's what you're doing, or just like cut or just type in or just give us the web address. That would be much easier. Yeah, but we didn't discuss that. We just ended up making fun of each other, and that was much better. He didn't bring it up.
But see, you guys gotta understand that. See, Moonchan's known me a long time. I let people believe what they want about me. Don't be so sure that you understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, he goes by the title.
That's to my madness. I let people think what they want to think about.
Yeah.
I'm a joker. I'm a trickster. Okay? When I'm weak, I appear strong. When I'm strong, I appear weak, as they say. All right? So
you're
don't
malicious.
be sure you know what's in my head.
I don't think you're malicious.
That's all I'm going to say. If I need to slow myself down, I can. It's not an issue. Don't worry about it. Let them think that they're going to be able to catch me off guard. And that's when I catch them off guard.
Yeah, I like Unseen a lot though, and
well, I like their entire organization because it says a lot about they have the number on the fake Christian people. I'll tell you that much. So they've got their number and they understand why they're fake and what their deal is.
I don't like the way that Unseen like calls people demons just because he's upset.
Well,
I think it's funny. I mean,
yeah, but it doesn't better, and I have a compulsion that makes me want to push up against that whenever it happens.
Yeah, but I mean, there are people that are like demons for sure. There's people that are possessed.
But Twilight's
I'm,
not one of them, and neither am I.
I'm definitely a demon, just not in the traditional sense of what people would think that is. Right, Mooncan is also a demon,
I
and
would
she
eat.
knows
I
she
eat
knows me
demons.
well.
They come around me. I eat them. They're
I'm a
dead.
daemon. I ain't a
Yeah.
demon. I'm a daemon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like I've told people about the demon attack that I had, and that basically I felt like I was tortured and wanted to die, but I didn't have any quit in me. And apparently, once I surrendered to the fact that I was going to have to fight, and I could not, like, unalive myself, uh, then it stopped. And then, but then the demon was in my dream. And as soon as I saw it, I captured it by looking at it. And I got all up in its face, and I told it if I ever saw it again, I was going to eat it. So that's what I do. And it was probably something in my own psyche, to be honest, but it sure felt real. And I conquered it. So
But how are you going to love without some fear that you do not love? Surely, such a God is neither
doubt.
your father, towards whom your love for duty's sake should be consistent with fear, because of
Doubt.
his power, nor your proper Lord, whom you should love for his humanity and fear as your teacher.
I don't think fear is necessary. I think doubt is more than enough.
Sertorian, St. John Chrysostom, if you were to deprive the world of magistrates and the fear that comes from them, houses, cities, and nations would fall upon one another in unrestrained confusion, there being no one to repress or repel or persuade them to be peaceful through the fear of punishment. To the Orthodox, fear was essential to maintaining order. Christians, such as the 2nd century Marcion, who stressed the merciful, forgiving, and loving nature of God, found themselves at odds with the Orthodox. In Orthodox Christian eyes, God must be prone to anger and demand discipline and punishment. Tertullian wrote, now if Marcion's God is susceptible of no feelings of rivalry or anger or damage or injury, as one who refrains from exercising judicial power, I cannot tell how any system of discipline, and that too a plenary one, can be consistent in him. Tertullian described the Gnostics. So today, one man is bishop, and tomorrow another. The person who is a deacon today, tomorrow is a reader. The one who is a priest today is a layman tomorrow. For even on the laity, the impose the functions of priesthood, and they all have access equally. They listen equally. They pray equally. Even pagans, if any happen to come, they also share the kiss of peace with all who come.
As it should be.
Well, no, hold on a second. That's
They say
explaining the Gnostics. That's a church spot talking about the Gnostics.
Oh,
Yeah, they got
Those were these
accused of,
terrible, evil, horrible people
yeah,
that
they got
needed to be
accused of
slaughtered.
incest because they were
So,
accusing
so that's from their own sources. So, like I said, like, please, because I got plenty.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're doing that now.
I got plenty.
Yeah, but they got accused of incest by some people because they're like, oh, these people are calling themselves brother and sister, and then they're kissing each other.
Well, I mean, they do that today.
Well, I wonder if, like, you marry a priest if you're supposed to still call him father, because that would be weird.
Right, exactly. So does that mean they're like
Father,
pedophiles?
daddy.
Yeah,
Right.
see, my guy's name is Dan.
They are. I forgot. My bad.
He goes by Danny, and I am very clear with my enunciation whenever I say his name while we're having sex.
For a man did not originally spring from woman, but woman was made out of man, and was not created for woman's sake, but woman for the sake of man. Right. A woman came out of a man, because that makes a lot of fucking sense. Totally.
Well, it was not a rib, supposedly. It was most other primates, mammals, have baculum, and that's why I guess that we don't, as humans,
you do, like all kinds of logical somersaults and go against nature. Sure, yeah.
Well, maybe at the very creation.
Women run in silence with all submissiveness. I permit no woman to teach or have authority over men. She is to keep silent.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what Glenn Lawrence told me too, and that's why I made the word cards.
Eve said, Adam, live, rise up on the earth. Immediately, her word became a deed. For when Adam rose up, immediately he opened his eyes. When he saw her, he said, you will be called the mother of the living, because you are the one who gave me life. Oh, I can't imagine what they would want to bear that one. The women of the heretics, how wanton they are, for they are bold enough to teach, to dispute, to enact exorcism, to undertake cures. It may be even to baptize. They're healing people. Oh no.
Yeah. You know, it'd be really helpful if when you start reading some stuff, you would quote where you're reading it from.
Yeah.
You know, and then tell people like what the book is or what.
Tertullian, like what Saint Cyril.
No, but I'm saying like those are the secondary sources that are mentioned inside the text, but who's writing it? You know, because if you make that person a household name, then people will be like really into it. If you put it like,
I agree with that.
Yeah, like sometimes like I'm like if I quote a book, I'll talk about the book a lot. I'll be like, this is the like it like like this book's the shit. Like this author's the fucking shit. By the way, this is what he says. Right? So people can source it themselves, right? Because that's super helpful because people will look it up themselves and start reading those stuff because I've got so many people to read like Alul and different books. Right?
And people ask you who are you reading whenever that because you do have a different meter whenever you're reading than whenever you're just speaking off the cuff, and
it's more professional.
Yeah, you're good at differentiating whenever you interject your own thoughts. I noticed that. I was just giving you a compliment.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, I could just go straight to the chapter and verse. I would just have to look because it's in my notes. I would just find out.
Definitely do that. That good advice.
I'm not in a debate right now. I'm just telling you. Like,
of course.
Yeah, you're
all here, man. Like
it's more just for the audience because if these people get upgraded, they know what you're reading, they start reading it themselves and they'll get smarter. You know, and then whenever you come back and talk to them, they'll actually know about the materials and shit.
But that implies that they actually want to know.
Well, they wouldn't be there.
Yeah, they got to be. Yeah, those are the only people you want is the people that want to know. Everybody else just ban the fuck out of them.
Just disappear on their own because they're not interested at a certain point.
Yeah, a certain amount of people will hate watch. You can't do anything about that.
Yeah. But the best thing to keep them from looping is to just ignore it. Because banning it is wrong.
Look, my only issue is when people defend the slaughtering, the massacring of men, women, and children. And it was mostly women and children. Keep it a buck. That really pisses me off. Because that's really what we're talking about at the end of the day. This isn't like a theological hand job. That's what we're talking about. This isn't philosophy.
Yep.
So with this particular topic, it's just yeah, it rubs me the wrong way, just a little bit. Yes, I do, because it's like 900 degrees.
Yeah, blessings.
I'm muted.
Yes, I'm melting too, Montana. You're looking for the emerald tablets. What do you mean?
What the fuck, dude? Been going for 8 hours? Holy cows.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I was planning to be on for like an hour, and yeah,
Oops.
Yeah.
Time flies. It doesn't even seem like it's been that long, huh?
No, it hasn't. Well, you and I haven't really talked in a long time.
Yeah, we haven't.
We've been catching up.
Like marathon.
Yeah.
Last time I think I only ended it because my my arm was getting cramped from holding up the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we were
Yeah, and
watching
I
that.
forgot. I totally forgot, dude. That's what was crazy.
Yeah,
I totally forgot you were, and you never told me.
Yeah,
Which,
I did actually mention it once, but we were just really into it, and I was like, "Oh God, I'm holding up the camera for so long because I don't have a stand."
you should have mentioned it again, because
My arm's killing me,
totally.
so I have to go now. That was
Yeah,
like
you
what,
should have mentioned it again, because I was caught up. Yeah, exactly.
like 6 hours in to holding my arm up. At the stillest position I possibly could, so we could get the zoom on the TV at the right level. And I had to be standing up the whole time too, as a matter of fact, which I'm pretty devoted.
That was nuts. But yeah, like there are very few topics that get me like hot headed, and that's one of them. Like I'm usually pretty damn peaceful, but when it comes to shit like that, like it's really hard. But I can, if it's like I said, if it's like in a professional, but like in a fair, balance, like evidence versus evidence, respectful way, I could do that. But if it's like, you're wrong because you're a demon, well, okay, that's not hard. Don't bring up Gnostic Jesus. No, I know. No, I won't stop.
What's wrong with
I won't.
Gnostic
You're
Jesus?
right.
Like, oh, I thought that was just this time.
Yeah, what do you think of this, Zeph? What do you think about giving DK a wizard hat and a staff and having him appear on the show?
Yes.
And tell him he can only come on the show if he comes on like that.
Oh my goodness, no, I don't
Wouldn't that
know.
be dope? And he'd just be angry, like yelling at everybody, and it'd have like a wizard thing on it. He'd be drunk as fuck. This should be funny as hell.
I think he'd be down for that, and I think it would add some really good entertainment value, but you'd have to keep him reined in a little bit at least. You couldn't just give him free reign just because he's wearing the hat.
Well, I feel like he
No.
can, like he doesn't come in that often, so I feel like it's fine to just give him free range when he does come in. I mean, right?
He
And just
doesn't
have
need
the
to
wizard
go
character.
off, like unstoppably unless somebody keeps.
We just got to make sure he's had like 6 beers and not like 26.
Yeah, well, he already acknowledged that. You can't, if he's sober, please don't mention please don't accuse him of being drunk when he's not, because that will just make him go off automatically anyways.
Or he'll drink more just to spite us.
Well, yeah, but he's like I like hung out with him last week, and we had a good chat, and it was like he was fine. He listens to me, and I get like it's not really that hard to get him to listen to anybody. You just have to like I don't know. I think people just like they see him yelling and then they just don't even bother like they're just shut down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just dropped a link in the back so TML could see the doll that the AI.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
That's pretty funny because I didn't tell it anything about me. I just like gave it a picture, and I was like, "Wow, that's a pretty cool doll." And it's funny that there's like a little tarot deck, and I didn't even there was no tarots in the photo or anything. It just was me like sitting on my couch. I don't know. It's kind of scary because like, how did the AI know that I was a tarot reader? That's really freaky. I guess it's been watching the AIs. Or maybe Voxel told him. I don't know.
That is a good question.
Yeah. Most of what I watch on YouTube that is not live streams is like I watch a lot of people like that buy storage units, and I watch them like go through like archaeologists. I like to watch a lot of stuff about like people exploring abandoned houses and people that go out mining like and explore caves. I like that kind of. That's pretty much all I watch other than like um the kind of content that's like educational. I just pretty much like educational content. Although I do watch some weird like cartoons and stuff too, but I don't get into the other personalities that I can't interact with usually.
What are you talking about? The Emerald Tablet sounds like.
He's on a mission. It's a side quest. He wants to find the Emerald Tablets so he can read them, I guess.
Are you talking about like the legitimate ones that no one knows about? Like everyone's actually like trying to know?
Yeah, I don't like when people call people names either. I tend to
I don't
kind of put down people do that. I'm like, red flag hole, avoid it.
Yeah, I really don't like
that shit. Disco ball, golf ball. Sometimes I forget.
Except when they're Zionist cups. Then they deserve to be called Zionist cups.
There's a lot of like really like questionable like people that like are leaning into the racism just a little bit, or like fascism and authoritarianism, thinking that it's a good thing. Speaking of, it's like some of the people I like too, like Bumpkin and Orthodox Guy. I think.
Yeah, me and Neurojack been warning people about that for like 2 years. But, all right.
Mutan, I was just thinking about that. And I was thinking about that interaction and how much he was like, messing with everybody, and how you were like, are you unfuckable? Like, because I was just like letting it all go off my back, and I was just like, I don't think everyone understands like that I wear many masks. Like, there was this Zionist cuck literally who came on my channel like a while back, like probably like a year and a half now, who was literally a Zionist who was pretending not to be, and was like insulting everybody, including me. And I just sat there and like took it and pretended like I didn't know what was going on, and completely shut him down eventually once I figured out who he was. And everyone was like freaking the fuck out, and I was like sitting there like, yep, like, and then just like cornered his ass and fully fucking got him to expose himself, and it was like glorious.
Because you don't seem to know like a satanic prostitute. I mean, that would be totally off.
Yeah. He was calling everybody like, yeah. I got him to reveal himself. Like he was he was making like all kinds of jokes, and well, he was trying to make it seem like it was a joke. And at first it was like, no big deal. Like it was like kind of like offhanded shit. But then like, as I said, most of my friends are women, and he started, attacking them like head on, and he was just like, "You're a fucking whore," He first he called Lilith a whore, of course. That's the first attack everyone always goes for.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to
low hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit. Everyone's asking me why I use Lilith, because I know they're gonna go after it. Duh.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why that's difficult to understand. Yeah. He didn't know what the fuck. He was he stuttered. He didn't know what the fuck to say.
In a way, just yourself like the ultimate filter of like someone's intentions in speaking to you. I mean, because just yourself, you're going to piss them off if they have bad intent. Like, and if they don't get over it quickly, at least enough to like where you want to come back, then that's a really good filter of who's going to return or not, and whether they're worth.
Also, I mean, this might be a little malicious, but honestly, at this point, I really don't give a fuck. Like, people need to be careful what they say about Lilith, okay? Because whether they want to believe me or not, okay, she is with me all the time. She's got my back, okay? And if people are attacking her and attacking me, like, she will retaliate. She will. I don't need to.
Yeah. Well,
like, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. So they can keep running their mouth, okay? And I'm not responsible.
Yeah. Well, you are a responsible person, but you're not responsible for what happens because it's beyond your.
I'm not responsible. They want to keep playing with fire. That's fine.
Well, and I think that's very evident in the things that happen. People don't realize the consequences of their actions, and whenever they don't come.
Think magic is all a game and it's LARPing, and that's fine. That works perfectly to my fucking interests. I'm a very peaceful person, but if you want to sit there and insult me and disrespect my personal practice and all this other shit when I don't do that to you, you want to play with fire, you want to be disrespectful, well, you know what? I warned you. Simple as that. Yeah. Believe it. Don't believe it all you want. That gives you even more power.
That's smarter, not harder. Good going.
Well, I try.
Yeah.
I try with people. They gotta fucking listen. That's not my problem.
I mean, a little bit of effort is all that's required, really. I mean, people don't get that, but they fight really, really hard for the wrong thing.
Less is more.
Yeah.
Less is more. I try to be peaceful. I try to be respectful to the best of my fucking ability. And anyone who knows me knows that. I really do.
But see, the thing is, you got to wait for them.
Understand. Some people do not understand peace.
And they won't let you get to know them, and they won't they won't listen long enough to get to know you, and that is where the problem is because they don't have the patience to bite their tongue sometimes.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if you were face to face, their mouth would be shut.
Yeah, they probably would just walk away and wouldn't even bother trying to interact with you because it's repulsive to them to a degree that is just ridiculous.
Well, what's fucked up, Browns boy, is I know you understand, okay, is I'm not trying to argue with anyone. I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. I'm not trying to insult anyone. Like, it's quite the contrary, okay? And so that's why it irritates me so bad. Because I want the best for everybody.
Well, and sometimes you have to try not to argue, not just try not to argue. Sometimes you have to try not to argue rather than not trying to argue.
Well, it'd just be funny if Lilith had like a calm back and forth with somebody like made by Jim Bob. I'm sure he'd tear him apart. Right up. I mean, it'd be funny.
Yeah, I mean, That would be
like going like different of these debate shows with like a crazy like calm Lilith that's like very calculated and has like sources and all this shit, right? And fucking just pulls it out and just fucking embarrasses these motherfuckers. Definitely.
Did I tell you
It would be awesome.
I was on Jim Bob's show once. I went and I had
really?
Yeah, I went with it was who else went? It was El Perro was there. And it was right after the election, like and there was a bunch of like Democrat chicks like losing their shit, and we were like kind of making fun of them, but for different reasons. Yeah. We found a camaraderie in making fun of people like totally overreacting. It was a nice show. We had a good back and forth, but I didn't really know him then, you know? And yeah. That was around the same time I went on a based Oracle show too. I think he was doing something similar.
Yeah. Based Oracle featured me on a show.
Yeah. I like him. I missed him. I wish he would come back, but I'm kind of like I'm glad if he wasn't healthy in continuing the journey on live streaming. I'm glad that he's like doing well. I hope he's doing well at least. Sometimes with the digital addiction, it is best to go cold turkey and just walk away. For some people, it's definitely healthier. But I don't think it has to be the destructive thing that it becomes for a lot of people, for everyone. There was a point in my life where the ability to talk to people online probably saved me from like oblivion. Oh, where did Twilight go? Disappeared again.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any like book length breakdowns of shit where they take an entire book and then read it and then break down what it says and maybe reinterpret what it says. I mean, so I'd like to see more of that, and hopefully I can get it to where I cut all of the sections out where I'm reading Elul and explaining it and can create a
continuous
continuous compilation. Yeah, so
if you could do that.
That is a plan, but how I'm gonna do it is I'm just gonna share the videos in one StreamYard stream. Right.
Yeah.
So I'll basically write down the timestamps and then I'll like record it as a live stream. I mean, right. And then
yeah.
And just play the different parts where I explain it. I mean, right. So it'll be a compilation of those, right? So but I'll start with I'm starting with the series I did in the beginning where I was talking about the Bible. You know, so I'll do my Bible series and then but eventually I'll serialize all of my presentations. But a book length presentation, I don't think that's available.
Did you take a bunch of your stuff off of your other channel, your original channel, and did you make it fit? No, it's still there. Because I was gonna try and figure out the exact date that I first came on your show, and
it's all there. Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Yeah. Because I wanted to know. I think it's in March is my 2-year on live streams in the Panelverse. In March. That's crazy to think about, but 2 years. Wow.
Yeah. It was like a day after that you were writing in the chat.
Yeah, totally. I was like, Well, I had to come up because that was when televised apocalypse where he was Satan, and it was just like kismet because I had just related this like, well, Jesus needs love too, or or Satan needs love too. I confused them a
Oh
lot.
yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah,
That was pretty funny because you
so
tried
I
to
was.
calm him down.
Yeah, yeah. I came up and basically was like, because he was playing the persona so well. I just had to come up and confront that. I tested, and it was good. And I love him so much. I just think like a lot of times like he's been through a lot, and he plays that victim card a lot. And
I thought that Android Wisdom thought he was Pinocchio. That he was
Yeah.
becoming a real.
yeah, maybe. But he's being sarcastic so much that I think I just missed it. Like, because of my deficiency in understanding sarcasm. I thought he was
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah, but he's kind of a dark genius in a way.
And he's so entertaining. Like
I don't think he understands that. I don't think he understands like
I don't think he sees a way that he could turn that into something where he doesn't have to be at lack, in that way. Or maybe it's
I'm
just
sure if he turned on his just turned his shit on and just monologued for like an hour a day, that it would build steam after a while, and a lot of people would be listening.
well, and I've had some really deep conversations with him. Like I ended up like
Yeah, same here.
well, it's crazy because like we were on a live stream. I think he was hosting, but like it was somebody else's. I think it was like Neuro's or something, and he was left there. He and I were left there all alone because Neuro left, and I accidentally closed the window, but I had to drive somewhere, so I was just listening, and he was just talking and talking and talking after that, and it was like I was like talking to him, like even though he couldn't hear me, I was like interjecting like while I was driving, and it was just like we were like it was like we were mind melding. Like it was so weird. I mean, it probably was just that way for me because he wasn't aware that I was talking to him. But
Well, did you see the insane conversation that me and Unseen Warfare had 8 hours into that show? The last show. Oh my god.
I haven't seen the last show at all. I heard about it.
Oh man, the 8 hours, thing is just me and Unseen talking. There's
Yeah.
like heavy truth bombs in that section. I mean,
I hope.
incredible.
I definitely have to go check that out today. But yeah, I didn't bother doing any of that. Whenever I got off work last night, I just like basically came in and fell asleep and didn't wake up until 8 p.m.
It's so weird because I feel like you specifically would have really enjoyed that show because of how many people were there. It was definitely like a lot more social of an event.
Yeah, well, it's always the case that I'm sleeping when that happens. So probably my unconscious was there somewhere. Because that's usually how it goes. But I'm looking forward to watching it later because I had put it on my list of what I was going to do today for sure. Because I heard you guys talking about it, and I missed the show yesterday because I was working. So
yeah, because usually like I opened it up and it's like 2 hours of me talking, but it just didn't happen. It was like everybody came on and they started talking about like the different key terms that I put out there. So it was very useful because they started to, talk about like nature and technology and God and how those things interrelate with the human struggle. Like, is knowledge good? Is knowledge bad? So they were all like talking about it.
I mean, knowledge is neutral, but it needs to be subservient to values. I think we agree on that.
yeah, well, I think value and worth are very confused statements. I think so. I think just the fact that we're speaking with words, it kind of confuses things a bit too. Not that there's any alternative use just yet that we are aware of, even though we're all telepathically communicating. I think I'm sure that if I was uncharacteristically long in my sleep. I slept for like probably 18 and a half to 19 hours yesterday. I'm sure that there was something that I was doing, but I don't know what. So maybe I was there. I don't know.
Like, if you don't have principles and values to guide your knowledge, then your knowledge is worthless. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
That's my take on it.
Well, and you constantly have to be a little bit in doubt of yourself, or else you can't be confident without being overconfident.
Right.
And like, because if you don't question yourself and you're standing on, you know, a superior ground to everybody with anything, then you're kind of missing the point of it, because I mean, and just having doubt is not a sin. Like, doubting God is not a sin. I don't think God really is it.
Yes, it is. You need to repent right now.
Or doubt yourself.
And you're a woman, so who are you to?
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, but that's terrible. Like, you shouldn't even be speaking about God.
Yeah.
You need to listen to your husband, and yeah.
That I'm not married to just yet, but yeah, okay.
Oh.
I'm still a virgin because I've never been married.
You harlot. Oh, right, yeah. A lot of people don't realize that's the original definition. So, Mary was not married. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
God cries when he hears a woman speak.
You should be less sensitive and let I don't call people that are weak pussies, because pussies are not weak. They're very flexible and very strong.
They're very, very strong, yes.
And very resilient, and they bounce back. Like those people are the antithesis. They're anti-pussies.
Yeah, I think there was like a Russian lady who like picked up like thousands of pounds with her vagina, right?
And could take a pouncing. I was just thinking that.
I was thinking about this Russian lady that I just found, and she's like kind of she's a psychologist. She's a very smart lady, but she's definitely Russian, and like she's built like a Russian, like a babushka. But she's really smart, and I don't know if I dropped one of her links in your server, TML, but like she's onto something, and she's discussing technology and the like yeah.
Okay, you gotta send me. You gotta DM me that one.
Balls are sensitive, but phalluses are quite hard when can. So
yeah, but they're still sensitive.
We have a balance. We have a balance here. You know, you must. Guilt and shame is always on sale. Yes, at a discount. At a discount. You know, so that's what I. Yeah, Zeph, you need to repent for sure. The avenging angels are coming for you.
I'm so scared. I'll do it immediately. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't talk back either.
Yeah, there's a Russian lady I said that lifted up like thousands of pounds with her vagina. They put like like a they put like you know, some type of bell with like a link like some type of thing with a link in it, and she attached this thousands of pounds to the link, and she lifted it up with her vagina by like squatting and then getting up.
She must have done a lot of stretching.
Yeah, so her vaginal muscles were used to lift up thousands and thousands of pounds of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of that Russian bodybuilding stuff is crazy.
Oh yeah.
They're like pulling trucks and shit, like throwing tires and shit.
Yup. That is definitely pussy power. Still shouldn't penetrate before first orgasm. Yes. 1,000%. 1,000%. That is very important. Yes, I'm a virgin too. Did you know that, Mutan? I'm also a virgin.
Yeah.
We should start a cult for sure. Absolutely. It'll be mostly women. It'll be mostly women.
That's because, like, because over on Jeff's, they were talking about starting a cult, and they were going to call it the Cult of Capitulation.
You are Virgo. I love Virgos. Virgos and Leos and and Libras and like Scorpio are like usually good.
I like all the signs, but it took me a long time to like Capricorns and Cancers.
Hmm. Or actually, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, see, there's always Libra and Pisces together. Yeah, I always have friends that have like, or mates, like, yeah, always. It never fails.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, bless you. But yeah, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but usually like when I get like really hot headed, it's not really like myself that I'm defending. Not really.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. It's not like a personal thing. But whenever you get high-headed when you're defending anything, it I think it appears, at least it might not be somewhat insecure, but it appears to be to other people.
Well, I don't really care how it appears. I mean,
See, but you should.
I don't.
If you're really trying to convince anybody.
Huh?
Yeah,
But I'm
really trying to convince someone, you should care how it appears.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, real quick. I'm right before I leave. It's not because of because again, it doesn't matter how you look, right? So it's for the sake of what you're defending. You know, to honor that. You know, you'll go ahead and humble yourself. You know what I mean, right? Just so you could get your point across, because you want the stuff you're talking about to look good. You know what I'm saying, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I guess
that is correct. That is exactly what I was trying to say.
I guess that's fair.
Thank you, TML, for helping me with that. Because I wasn't getting that across.
That is fair. That is fair. Well, it's just when I'm not defending myself, it is a little bit harder to fucking like keep. That's why, like, this dude, this Zionist guy, was literally like, first off, he pretended he didn't know what the fuck Zionism was. You know, and I was like, completely fine for a long time, like 2 days. This dude was no, actually longer than that. Was playing his games, and I was just like letting it go. But like as soon as he started attacking the girls, like I lost my shit. And I told him a new one, you know, and it was fine. But like, I've always been that way. Like it's a lot harder for me to retain my fucking self. Yeah, he did victimize himself. Well, I mean, what else did they? Yeah, he says he's gonna call the authorities and shit. Like it was ridiculous. It's like sitting there saying all this crazy shit, and then like when I shut him down, he can't say anything. Then he's gonna call the authorities. Like what? Like for what? Like for what?
Right ahead.
Because I hurt your feelings. Because you insulted all my friends, calling them whores, and calling my goddess a whore and all this other shit. Like okay, sure.
People
why do you like Lilith? 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 Because you asked me why I like Lilith. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's why.
And because
it's an easy fucking target. That's why.
Yeah, and it was a bait question. I mean, he didn't really want to know why you liked Lilith. He was trying to bait you into thinking that he was interested, so that way he could pummel you somehow in his mind, I'm sure.
Sure. Now let me make it clear. I'm not talking about Mr. Anderson. I actually enjoyed that conversation quite a bit. That was a really good conversation.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, it was a really good conversation. I really enjoyed that. But I'm saying like other people have. Yeah, I would actually like to talk to him again. That was a real like discussion. That was very respectful. That was very, he challenged me on some things, but he did it respectfully. And I appreciated that. But like, no, people always ask about Lilith. And it's like, why do you ask about Lilith? Why do you use the name Lilith? And it's like for the very damn reason that you're asking me right now. Because I know that you're going to go after it. It's fucking predictable.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that you get upset as much as a lot of people do. But the times
it's simple. I get upset because of like people defending genocide or because attacking people I care about. Other people get upset because of their fucking ego.
Yeah, but I think Machine is right that like usually whenever you push back in a way, you should try and be like more like gentle, because if you push back real hard,
there are some times where I just don't care. Too. Let me make that clear. There are times I'm not even trying to like make anyone understand anything. There are times I just don't give a fuck at all because I know I'm not going to get through to anybody no matter what I say. And so it's just like, I'm done talking to you. So it's like, you're not showing me respect, so I have no reason to show you respect. Yeah, and so I'm done talking to you. And so since I'm done talking to you, like, and I'll say it, like, I'm done speaking. And they'll start keep talking, and I won't say anything. Like, I'm sure people have noticed that. Like, I'll just stop talking. And they'll keep going, and I just won't say anything. But it's like, okay, I'm done.
That's a good
tactic. They'll keep trying to bait me, and I just won't say shit. I was like, okay, sure, whatever. Or I'll start, like, acting like a fool. I'll start talking like a retard, because I'm talking to a child. Like, like, that's basically it. But
when people start doing that, like spurging and stuff, I really have found it very entertaining. Since I can't like get in a word word edgewise, I use my word cards, and there's been a couple of times over at Gen X Jeff's and that people were spurring at each other, and I was like making fun of both of them, and they didn't even realize it because they were too busy spurring, and everybody that was in the audience thought it was hilarious. It's like they got like secret owned. They got owned by in like the silence
Right.
of my
That's
like
like
silence.
people fucking crazy, and it's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
And they're like, or like, I'll just leave. I'll just straight up leave. I'm like, why are you running away? It's like, I'm not. I'm just done with your bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm done with your bullshit. I'm just done.
So instead of rage quitting, everybody should make their own word cards so they can like stay around for a little while and let people spurg without rage quitting.
It's like I'm not rage quitting. I'm just done. I'm like not wasting my time anymore. Like I don't understand why that's difficult to understand. Like I'm not wasting my time anymore. Like why? Why am I gonna waste my time? Like I have other shit to do. Like I'm sorry that like is a fucking foreign concept for you.
Yeah, it's
like
easy to get
I
caught
have
up in
better things to do than waste my time with somebody who has no, intention of actually having a fucking adult conversation. Like I'm sorry, I'm not gonna deal with children.
What really like I see people like also do this thing where they like to sit down in the chat and complain. I'm not talking about anybody here, of course. But it's just something that came to my mind. That they just like to sit there in the chat and complain, and they never ever come up on panel. Like, and they're like just like fighting themselves, like, and they're making like the people in that. I mean, like that are in the chat. It's disruptive to the chat as well. But there's usually those channels have no moderation either. I really like how TML gives everybody moderator like immediately, because that kind of like makes it to where like everybody's on equal ground. I think that's a smart tactic.
Yes, Montan, and I am the serpent. You know this. And yes, they did call you a corpse whore, and I wanted to wring their fucking neck through the screen. That's what set me off.
You know, I actually just found out that in Vedic astrology, I'm also a Naga. I'm a snake person in that too. So I've got double snakes too, and double Leo, and friggin' yeah, it's crazy. It's like I've got two of everything. It's almost like I'm Noah's Ark.
I love your feistiness, Moontan. I fucking love it.
I love it too.
Fire.
Pretty awesome.
I love that fire. Yes. See, that's another thing. Is some people like misunderstand that. Like, I just I can be feisty sometimes, and they take that as like, like I'm out of control. No, I'm just feisty. This does with clowning people. Like I'm still fine. Like I'm having fun. Like and they'll like think about me and talk about me for 20 minutes after I'm gone, and I'll be like doing something else, not thinking about them at all. So it's kind of funny, really.
You also don't just sit down in the chat and just like complain and like refute everything. Not know. I mean, like, I wasn't even, like I said, I wasn't talking about you doing that. I've never seen you do that. So
No, you need to though. Honestly, you really should.
I think there's no such thing as typing too much, as long as it's not like just complaining all the time. There's no such thing.
Yeah, complaining or talking about you're fucking God's gift to the world.
Yeah, a lot of people are niggers, and I'm very much enunciating that clearly.
Yeah. Racist. Yeah, most people don't know what listening even means. There's a difference. They don't listen, they hear. And then they wait for their turn to speak.
Yeah.
They don't actually listen. Very few people actually know how to listen.
I can listen and talk at the same time, and most people can't handle that. I've met a few people that can. I think you've been able to do it a few times where we could just talk to each other, like, and neither of us stop talking till there's no pause in between, and we both are hearing each other. But that is pretty rare, and people listening don't usually. They're not able to listen to both of us at the same time, which is also a useful skill to have whenever you're speaking in public and you don't want people to be listening. But that's something else.
Well, I mean, hearing is like you hear what someone is saying, and you're waiting to like put your 2 cents in. When you're listening, you're actually like emphasizing with what is being said. You're actually deliberating and uh, putting yourself in their shoes and not just like it's say this, say that now.
Yeah.
Well, I should be a lot worse because of how I grew up. But at the same time, that's why I have such tough skin, because I grew up around fucking narcissists.
Yeah, me too. My dad was a covert narcissist, and it's like so friggin' nobody would believe me. Nobody would believe my mom. It was like friggin' maddening because he's very charming. And but I'm glad in retrospect that he was, because like now I can spot him from a mile away and I know exactly how to handle them. You sound like me, Muntan. Like I get accused a lot of like interrupting, but honestly, like sometimes like I have to friggin' say it or else my brain is just gonna go, oh, it's not a priority, and I'm gonna lose it. And I totally get that. Yeah, that is true. They are creepily uniform in the way that they it's like they're like on a default program where they are all very predictable. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I think it's a trauma reaction. I think it's a coping mechanism that helps them deal with that trauma. And it'll go one of two ways. Either like they'll go full on like schizophrenic, disassociative, and like, borderline personality. Sometimes people actually go into like multiple personality disorder, like officially, like crazy. But the lesser versions tend to do that for self-protection. That's what happened with my dad. I realize that now, but I didn't understand it at all as a kid. Yeah, I think we would be able to converse with each other, because if you can do that like thing where you're interrupting and like you just keep talking and the like subconscious is still listening. I still hear you no matter, and listen, like regardless of whether somebody's still talking. It's a weird skill, but I think it's a good thing to be able to do, even if you have to be mindful not to do it sometimes. But it's everybody that I've been really, really close to, like eventually they get it and they are able to do it eventually themselves, which is, but it's hard to be told that you're being rude by interrupting. But like, I think it's sometimes you just have to be that, like that, whatever people are, gonna think about it. they're not listening to you if they are thinking that you're interrupting them all the time, but they just want you to listen to them. And they don't want to let you talk. Sometimes I just start taking notes and then I wait for them to be done. Whenever we're on stream, especially, I'll just like go, okay, well, they're not going to hear me if I say it now, but I'm going to take notes. It used to really irritate my my friend whenever because my ex and we were like, I had heard all of his stories so many times, but sometimes he would like forget a word or something in the middle of the story, and I would just like pick it up while he was doing that, like trying to, you know, and it would remind him, and he would carry on again. But like my friend, he would be like, he would get mad at me and say like, one of you talk at a time, I can't follow both of you. And I was like, even though we were on a singular stream of thought, he couldn't do it, he couldn't handle it, because it was just like he thought I was interrupting and interjecting, but it like we were still carrying the same thought stream at the time. So it's pretty funny. Yeah. Where did Twilight go? Did he disappear again? Am I up here by myself? Because Machine is
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you were up here alone.
I wondered why I was able to talk and he wasn't responding back immediately. Not that I was digging on him for doing that, but sometimes it's hard to interject with him too. But I love him, and it's worth every moment that I've ever talked to him. I'll just go down in the chat and start typing if he won't let me get a word in. That's usually how it works. Or I'll start wondering if my microphone is just cutting out. I wish that there was like on Zoom, they used to have like where you could raise your hand, you know? I wish they had that function with YouTube on live streams. That would be awesome.
Yeah, like for me, like I'm a huge listener.
Yeah, I could tell that about you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like actually people have dumped their problem secrets on me for a very, very long time. Yeah.
Do you ever have people do that, like when you're in a shopping line? You know, because I've noticed that. Like, I must have like some like ethereal friggin' neon sign that says, you know, friggin' tell me your deepest darkest secrets, and people actually do. Like people that I just don't even know that I just met, and I don't know why. I mean, I even tried to avoid it. Like I put headphones on whenever I ride the bus, and people will like make the gesture like and try and get my attention and have me pull my headphone out so they could tell me things. It must be for a reason. It's really weird is I actually remember all of the things that they say too. Like, and I might not remember someone's name, but I never forget the face of somebody that I've talked to. It might take me a minute to replace where I know them from, but like it's crazy.
That's the crazy part with me is that so many people have walked up to me, right, and like remembered an insane conversation that they had with me, and I don't even remember who they are. Like that's happened to me like dozens of times, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what?
Well, see, and I have the exact opposite. Like, I will recognize somebody and not know where I recognize them from, and I'll sit there and I'll like ruminate about it for a while, and hopefully by the time, like, if usually it comes back to me like while they're still in the space with me, and I'll go, are you blah blah blah? You know, are you from here? Because I'll like remember the place and things like that. And it'll take a minute, but usually people will go, "Oh yeah, I remember you," and they're like, "Wow, that was like 10 years ago."
Yeah. And then people have also told me that I've been in places that I haven't been at.
Yeah, I have that
I
sometimes.
saw you over here, and I'll be like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have that too. I think I have a doppelganger. I know I have a doppelganger because I actually saw them at one point, and they came into the place that I worked, and the people that I worked with that saw me on a daily basis thought that I was that person. And I saw them on the bus from behind, and I was like so freaked out that I could not even like I didn't talk to them. I just like kind of sort of hid, and they got off the bus before I did. But then later somebody I was like I was in a like a jam band, and we were like at this little dive bar we would go every Wednesday, and this lady comes up and starts talking to me like she knows me, and I like did not recognize her, and I was like I think you got me confused with someone else. And she's like, April? And I was like, no, my name is Becky. And she's like, oh my god, you are the spitting image of the student that I had. She was apparently this person's teacher, and I guess she was a couple of years younger than me, but she looks just like me. It's weird. Every once in a while, I get somebody come up to and I say, "Are you talking? You think you're talking to April?" And they're like, "You're not April?" And I'm like, "No, I am not." It's kind of weird. Maybe we just have doppelgangers that like play interference for us. Or maybe we're playing interference for them sometimes. I don't know. It seems like a really weird thing that there's somebody walking around that looks exactly like me, and I'm an only child. There's no way that my parents ever had kids with anybody else because they were 16 and 17 and they were married and uh, together until I was 18. So, and my mom is the only child that my grandmother had with the guy that is my mom's dad, which my mom never met because he was married. So, yeah, there's the likelihood that there's somebody going around that looks just like me is like statistically almost impossible, but I guess that happens. I think if I saw her again, I would definitely have to talk to her. But whenever I saw her, that was just not, it was too freaky and shocking. Yeah, it is freaky. I mean, how dare you say some good things about me? What happened? I didn't say anything good about you, did I? Oh. Whenever you put the skulls moon on, are you like dying laughing? Because I'm never sure, like if somebody's like cursing or if they're just laughing, dying laughing. Okay, good. I'm glad. I usually do the like rolling laugh with the tears like next to the skull, so that way it's clear. But oh well, so I'm not a boomer for sure. I think that those classifications for like generations, I think they're a little bit off because my mom was born in 1960 and she's definitely not a boomer. Oh, did I say something nice? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Don't let me do it again. I forgot already. Yeah, everybody's a boomer. No, I don't think so. My mom only had one kid anyways. And she and I are like, it's really funny because the guy, my current guy, is like 12 years my senior, and my mom and he are closer in age than he and I are. But my mom loves him. Like, and she doesn't think that there's anything wrong. We're both adults. But we met like I was like 46, so we just had our second anniversary. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
speaking of numbers, I'll see that number 47 all the time everywhere.
yep.
Fucking weird.
It is. Did you know that the some people that they're basically like an offshoot of a group that I used to go and watch, and I was on their show once. It's the Weeding Spiders. Now that's Balderson is the deliberating dog face dudes. You know, that's
Yeah,
Balderson.
he sent me an email, and then I emailed him back, but he never got back to me.
Yeah, it'll take him some time. He lives like in Northern California, like on his own
Yeah,
property, and he's really
I saw
busy.
him go live, so I might like pop in there at some
Yeah,
point.
sometimes he does go live, and if you add
Does he
deliberating,
open panel?
they do. It's not open panel always, but it was whenever it was Weaving Spiders occasionally. But they have a Telegram group, and so if you have Telegram, I could share the Telegram
No,
group.
I don't really fuck with that. That's like, I
Yeah, I
think
know.
Discord is spy enough. You know, and I
I
think
totally.
being on one of them is fine. I mean, no,
I
but
hardly ever go on Telegram anymore, but I
yeah,
still have.
I'm confident that like there's people that are watching every single thing I do online through fucking Discord and other apps for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely Discord and I'm an X, you know, because
yeah,
my activity on there has been particularly strange, right? And then I think on YouTube definitely there's been evidence that people
yeah, for sure. Well,
want to like stop like whatever I'm doing.
continuing on with the thought that with the 47, the offshoot group is called the Secret Society of Good Guys, and it's like basically like it's mostly it's like three girls are the core, and then they usually have like a fourth person that comes on, but it's kind of like it could be like Donut or like Juan or like somebody, and they all have their own like things. That the fourth person is always like from a satellite group or something. They have their own thing going, and they did a show that was based on 47 because they noticed the same thing. It's like there's a lot of people, and it was like right after my 47th birthday that they did it. It was like immediately, like within a week. It was like, whoa. And yeah, there's definitely something up with 47.
And
That's
11, because if you add it up, it's 11. So
Mhm. Yeah, there's a few numbers. 37 squared is my favorite number because it's 1369. But it would be 47 if it was 10 more. And plus one more is God. So, you know, in Kabbalah, because plus one is God is my plus one. That's the Kabbalah joke I made. Because you can add plus one or 1,000 or 100 to anything or 10, and it's that you're adding God in. It's like a, I don't know, deca, what do they call it? It's metric, basically. And everything is a pattern, but it's like what pattern it is, it shifts. Like, so you have to be able to the signs, like you have to be able to like have multidisciplinary knowledge of the symbols in order to make it make sense. And some people say like, oh well, gematria, blah blah blah. You know, it's like no, 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 no. That is like the opposite of like actually reading the patterns. That is reading, or that is like forcing the pattern to like to conform to whatever is happening. It's totally different. It's like retrospective interpretation. Um, it's like if you like the God code thing or the Bible code thing, that is like gematria. It's not foretelling anything. It's looking at things in retrospect and making the math work. It
Yeah, are
doesn't.
you a mod here by any chance, Zeph?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Because if we were, we could drop the link, but looks like
Oh,
we can't drop the link, Frank, because I don't know if Twilight's out here. If
oh,
he
it's
sees it, he could probably drop the link, but I
it
think
is.
there's a link up there if you go up if you scroll up.
Yeah, he dropped one like right before. It's not that
Yeah.
far. It's a
Should be
little.
one available, but I don't know if he could let you up because I think he's having internet issues. But yeah.
I could drop the link anyways. It just wouldn't be clickable.
Yeah, it wouldn't be clickable.
So you'd have to type it, write it down, and type it in, which I could totally do. But
Yeah, you could just put the end of it GXWIXSQ.
why?
Oh wait, YXG. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just copy it and paste it. Let's see. Never. There we go. It's just a string. Oh, it didn't let me do it. Let me just drop. I won't drop the link. I'll just paste
Yeah,
the.
you just. Oh, there it is.
I have to type in StreamYard because it didn't actually show up. It just disappeared.
Yeah, if you're going for a minute, drop the link for Frank Twilight.
Yeah, that's the last part of the string. You just have to type in StreamYard.com in front of it.
I was having issues with my internet. Yeah. Yeah. My internet's been going in and out.
Yeah. Hi, Frank.
It's good. It's good now.
Yeah, it disappeared whenever I put it in. So I just put the last string on it. Friggin'.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that it does that because it disappears it.
Oh, yeah. I got it, though.
Yeah. And he pinned it. Woohoo. Yeah, I heard like in OBS, it's like kind of complicated to like if you're on the StreamYard panel, it's like complicated to like be able where people can actually see the videos that you're sharing and stuff like that while you're sharing videos because the people that are on the screen can't see it.
Right.
Hello, Frank.
What's been going on? What have I missed?
Well, we've been talking about a little bit of everything.
Yeah, for like 9 and almost 9.25 minutes. 9 hours and a quarter hour extra, rather.
Not long then. I just got here. Good
No,
magic.
it's 9 hours.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Kind of a comeback, yeah. Well, I've been really busy. And today's kind of my day off. I've either been with my girlfriend or working. So, yeah, I've kind of had some free time. And
good deal.
I was sleeping for a few hours and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I just kind of popped on. I planned on being on for like an hour. And me and Zeph were catching up and we just like completely lost time. And then machine came through and yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
How
you been, man? It's been a minute.
I've been good. Yeah, the solstice, according to like Chinese Tao, is the night you should stay up without sleep. Both the summer and winter solstice. They call it a Geng Xintian. And it's interesting because my daughter couldn't sleep either. She's like 17, 18 years old.
You know, I was thinking about that.
That's freaking weird because you know what's really funny is on like, you know how they fast on Ramadan? I just so happened to like fast during Ramadan, but I didn't even realize it until I was already in my fast. Same thing, because I didn't do this on purpose, but
Right? You see how that shit's realer than real. Like we don't even have to know it. It just
so
happens.
yeah.
Yeah, they
Right.
had I think they had some shit happened where Lent was the same as Ramadan. You know, so the Christians were doing some sort of fasting too, and then so it lined up there, and then also they had you know, on Eid, I think it was like Islamic Holy Day. I think it was also 420. So I was just like, it was weird.
Yeah, good magic.
Things
So
are
my
starting
question,
to end up in weird ways for sure.
right? Would it be like genetic inheritance, or would it be the fact that those things are etheric and we just feel them, and that's why we make them that way? I mean,
I think it could be both
I
simultaneously, maybe.
yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of a crossover of both.
yeah, it's just amazing to me how we kind of naturally detect these things, and then at the same time, is it because it's ingrained? Is it ingrained into us like genetically, or are we just detecting it? Yeah,
Well,
it's hard to figure out.
time is magical. Like if you could set things,
Yes.
like if you always set things by a clock, you could create a clock basically outside of nature, and the way it works with your mind is like basically how you you know, like like you could like incarnate shit by like setting things on a clock. It's weird. By
Yeah,
expecting things.
I think that's what I'm doing a little bit because it's like I say I'm retardy because I'm always late. Like I don't do schedules, and for like the last 5 years, I haven't been like sleeping on anybody else's schedule, only on my own. And I think it takes a while for you to get used to the weird, you know, but it's really like everybody else seems like they're on like time pressure, like even whenever they're just like driving somewhere relaxed, supposed to be relaxed drive, you know, they're like whenever like they're trying to get somewhere, they're like in way too much of a hurry. And I always like I noticed that the traffic doesn't you don't get there any faster if you're stressed out and you're trying to go, you still hit the lights. Like it still slows you down, like and
Well,
whenever I don't do that, you go right through them. It's like so weird.
yeah, well, how about this? How about this? Plan to do one thing at the same time every fucking week, and then don't do it one week and see what happens.
Yeah, that's
Fucking
good magic
crazy
right
shit will
there.
happen. Crazy shit will happen.
I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I haven't done it so long, like gone on anybody else's schedule, like
It's a
for
trip.
so
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, I'm going to intentionally endeavor to do that. There's an interesting aspect too of paranormal encounters that if you go out every night for 2 weeks and just look into the same section of sky between like the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. or whatever, you're guaranteed a paranormal experience. This was brought forward by Radio Misterioso, like maybe 20 years ago, like a really good show podcast.
Well, I think it's more like you're showing the universe that you have reprioritized your attention towards that by being consistent
Yes.
somehow. Yeah, and then that ability to have the discipline to
You
be consistent.
you have attuned yourself back with real time instead of the artificial time is actually
Mhm.
what's occurred.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so you know, as I'm sure you know, obviously I did we did some rituals for the solstice. On the 20th and the 21st. So I'm sure that's also part of the energy spike as well. But yeah, when you get back in alignment with natural time, which is real time, You know, when a consistent in a consistent way, you know, your reality, uh, rearranges to fit that change. I strongly believe that. You know, I was talking about the shifting of the assemblage point earlier, and all of that. You know, your subjective experience mirrors that. It has to.
Yeah, that's good magic. I like that. And the other one I would bring forward is like Crowley said, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The assemblage point seems to be so like essential for the way of the shaman and the manipulation of it on your energy egg. Really, really like with your triangle and your Ouroboros, you really grok that. Like that's the triangle of art. The focal point seems to have quite an effect.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Nietzsche said that before Crowley, though. You know.
Okay, was that a Nietzsche quote? Yeah.
Yeah, because I think he said, when when you gaze into the abyss gaze into you, and he also said, be careful when you fight monsters, lest you become one.
Yes.
So that's a very similar one as well.
Yeah, good magic.
And it's a good warning, but it's not a warning against fighting monsters. You just have to be careful.
Oh yeah. He still thinks you should do it for sure.
Well, and I think you should stare into the abyss and let it look at you, let it stare at you back. I mean, and what's really funny is that, like, we were talking about this earlier. We mentioned both the abyss and the assemblage point. I call it the time eye. I think the assemblage point is kind of a crappy name, and I had a hard time remembering it. But I discovered it before I ever read any Casanova.
Yeah, and I got one from Frank. I think he said, "There's nothing new under the sun," and he said that was from King Solomon. And so blessings to Frank for that one, because I always say that all the time. I never knew where it was from.
It's non-novel novelty at best, and everything recycles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had recalled that quote from like Sunday school and sought high and low to figure out where it was from, and then I looked it up at some point. And I was like, "Wow, yeah, it's the Wisdom of Solomon."
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, well, a lot
fear
of
not
people
of man.
realize Solomon was quite, I won't say dark, but there's a reason why so many occultists and Masons and all that revere him.
and they get
we'll put it that way.
As well as like they get trapped in the abyss. You know, they don't make the crossing. It's so difficult. I think at some point, like the dark night of the soul, it consumes so many like halfway to the goal, which is a tragedy. But fuck, if you can do that kind of good work within 50 years, I mean, Jesus Christ, what are we doing, right?
Well, you know what the thing? I think the folly in that is that you're thinking that it's something external to yourself. But if you actually are seeking it within yourself, you find that it is a lot easier. Like anthropomorphizing the gods in my head is okay, but like it's problematic whenever I try and do that to the one outside of my head.
Well, because the God in your head reflects the God outside your head. You know, the world outside of you is projected from inside of you. You can only see what is inside. You can't see. You're not able to see anything that doesn't exist inside you. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So it's not that there's nothing that exists outside of you, but you're not able to actually perceive it. So
that's your Luciferian gift there at the bottom of your eye also shows that, right? The inverse image. And the other thing that I discovered through studying Franz Barton is when you start to meditate upon various gifts in flashing colors, like you always get the inverse image of that color on the etheric.
Yes.
Yeah, I found that to be an interesting aspect. I don't recall it being written anywhere specifically, but like just a discovery. So.
Well, and it's weird how whenever you make realizations, sometimes you'll see that reflected back, like in somebody else, like it ripples out. It seems to ripple out. Like, so whenever you make that realization, you'll get confirmation from the outside that you what you were onto was something significant.
I'll tell you guys one thing I found.
Go ahead.
It might be useful to you guys, but I haven't found any use for it. But yeah, if you look at the number 19, right, and you continue to add 19 plus 19 plus 19, right, and you add up the numbers that result from it, right, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Uh-huh.
Like 1 plus 9, is 10, which is 1, right? And then you do 19 times 2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's crazy. But yeah, it's
you get 2, because it's 38.
Yeah.
You add up 11, that's 2.
It's the
Yeah,
recursion.
it stacks all the way
Yeah,
over
it
time.
stacks all the way up. Yeah.
Turtles all the way down.
That's right. That's right. Here's the weird thing I noticed about like public signage with the Franz Barton technique is that if you spend 30 seconds to a minute looking at any one of these given images, like they actually are presenting very like perverse, dire imagery through their basic signage, like no smoking or warning something here or there or the other thing. Like it really gives some fucking nasty shit out there. And I remember I was in like an office building or something, and I was looking at various signage they had there, and I was doing like the basic Franz inversion, flashing colors type thing, and I saw some dire imagery, and that was one of the things that like woke me up really quickly to like time dilation, because they somehow they put it out there so that it has this intrinsic like subconscious etheric constant effect on the psyche of man. And yeah, kind of a weird thing, like no skating signs and stuff, just weird shit going on. I don't know.
Yeah, and if you think of like what's the most powerful aspect of creation, I mean, it's probably the hand and the eye. And then the hand actually, if you look at how many bones the hand has in it, it's 19. It's pretty
right. Is that right? Okay. Since go. I was going to say, since you brought that forward, TML, and blessings for that. Wow. A lot of people talk about the 33 degrees of the spine, right, and the ascent of the transmutation of the Christ consciousness. But I've been asking this question a lot of times, and a lot of people know the answer. But when you arrive at Golgotha, what is Golgotha, right? And so you mentioned the 19 of the hand. What is the skull?
Well, and 33 being of the spine, I had an extra one, so I actually had 34.
Okay, yeah, that happens. That happens occasionally. But what is the skull? The skull is 22. It's the major arcana. It's the 22 glyphs of the proto Hebrewic language.
Yep.
Yeah, so kind of an interesting thing. The major teaching.
Too.
The 22 what?
And the elder Plutarch, there's 22 letters.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so we had touched on this a few times, but I didn't mention it because nobody else had. And so I thought that was kind of an interesting discovery that I thought was unique in some way. So yeah, it's all adding up.
Yeah, it is. Add it up. Add it up.
Literally, yeah. Well, God works in math, so God's a mathematician.
And that's the thing too. Like it works. What was the ancient expression that when more than one of you are gathered in my name, I too will be there. So right now, one of us is representing the Godhead.
Yes. Exactly.
And that's where I think so many people miss the mark, because we're here for fellowship, communion, and like an expression of the many facets of God, and like they babble over it. And I've noticed that a lot with you, Twilight, and TML as well. And Zephyr, I haven't had as much experience with you, but you guys, you get that immediately, and you allow so much, and then allow for that to develop. And I always wondered why. I'm like, why?
Yeah, we only
Why
had
would
one
they?
disagreement, and I think it was more that it was just a circumstance, really.
Yeah, I think it was more based on your name than anything else. Like I was just
Oh, maybe.
probably, and I think I'd had a few beers at that point. So yeah.
I think I just said something that was like taken a little further than what I actually, because I said something that could have been taken as a negative about Trump.
You got a memory like a fucking elephant. Jesus Christ, yeah.
Mercury
You remember that? How funny, yeah.
It's all right. I don't take it personally ever. Literally, you'll learn this about me. You're
No, that's
forgiven.
good. That's good.
And I hope that I didn't offend you, but that's your fault if I
No,
did.
not at all. Yeah. I pity the fool who challenges
Yeah, well,
Mr. T.
I don't blame anybody for anything. I just blame instead.
Good magic, and I think that's an important aspect too. Like I see a lot in the ordinary mundane world where they will vilify the individual rather than the action or the thing, the thing said or thought or whatever, and that's not
Dude, I
appropriate.
just
I agree
mentioned
with that.
it's so weird that you're saying that now, because I just literally was talking about this like before you got here.
Yep, we were. Yeah. 1000%.
You're on the level, dude. Love it.
Yep.
Yeah, what do the Freemasons say? We meet on the level and part on the square.
Yes.
Now check out that link I just dropped in the back.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out for sure. For sure. Yeah,
Like
it's so
3 days
good to be
ago.
here with you guys. Yeah,
For
some of
shazzle.
the best people, some of the best people in the entire world right now. Twilight, Son of Lilith, TML, Zephyr, Axolotl.
It's a voxel, like a voxel, like a pixel, but it's a video pixel, and then it's just with an A in front of it, because it's like a vocation instead of a location.
I think I told you the story where I summoned a familiar, and it was a little salamander. Did I tell you that story? That's why I called you that.
I think that you did. I think I recall something like that. And I just like whatever you want to call me, you can call me it. But yeah, axolotl is very cool, and I love axolotls. They're friggin' awesome.
I mean, that's like the height of everything, right? Go ahead.
Well, 40. I was just responding to Brown's boy. 47 is also 11. So,
Yes,
you're 20 minutes behind. Which, of course, doesn't need simplifying because it's a master number.
Yep, along with 22 and 33.
Correct. Yes.
Is 11 Justice or the Hanged Man? I always get those two mixed up. Justice should be Justice, right?
Oh, you're talking about tarot?
I know the Wheel of Fortune is 10.
I believe.
Yeah.
Well,
11's Justice, and right? 12's the Hanged Man. I think I'm correct.
It would certainly make sense, especially numerologically speaking. Like it would be, I mean, being the twin.
Right. Complete balance.
Right.
Scale.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, like Mayats, like.
Yeah, Justice comes directly after the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. I'm pretty damn sure.
So what's the story with Substack, Zephyr? A lot of people are doing that now, right? That seems like that's a thing.
Yeah, I like it. It's I haven't been on there for very long, but the people that I have followed, they've got lots of really interesting information, and I think it's just it's a parallel system to the other systems, and it seems to be so far so good. I mostly got on it because there was some people that suggested it that I really like what they were saying. It's a group that's called Theory Underground, and it seems to be all falling apart for them recently. But I don't know. I kind of like I'm good at knowing when to jump off and jump on
Okay,
new
but it's
pathways.
kind of like a Twitter clone, but you like get paid for it. Like you can generate ad revenue.
It's kind of like a combo of, because you can have subscribers that are free subscribers, but you can like make posts that are exclusive for subscribers. So it's kind of like membership on YouTube a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's another fledgling type of thing that's actually, from what I understand, people who write prolifically and are willing to engage in that one can make quite a bit of money from what I've
Yeah.
gathered.
I don't know anything about the making money part, but I know that there's a lot of writers on there that are really good that I've seen, and creators in general.
Yeah, that's good magic. It seems to be incentivized for like people actually to continue writing, whereas like the machine is taking over most of that. Like many aspects of like script and art is just being dominated by the AI these days. I'd say I'd say 3 out of like probably 3 out of 4 posts on YouTube now are like almost entirely AI generated in my feed. And I don't know why that is. I've been trying to fight it.
Well, they've started to game the system with the AI. It's
Yeah.
like there are people that are doing that on purpose, copy pasting and making more content.
And it
Yeah,
doesn't
legit.
necessarily it doesn't necessarily have to be generated by AI to be completely created by an algorithm.
Yeah, there's legitimately hundreds of channels that are copying and pasting the same scripts. Like it's actually crazy. It's AI copy at its
Yeah, it's
finest.
really weird. It's really
Yeah,
weird.
because
Like,
sometimes
I'd say
the
it was
people are
5
organic.
to 6.
Joy is my rider. Joy is my driver. Joy is my rider. Joy is the wheel who spin the wheel that spins. Joy is the front end. Joy is the engine. Joy is my driver. Joy is the radiator. Joy is my rider. Joy is the water who cool off the engine, sir. Cool off the engine, Jaja. Joy is my rider. Joy is the water. Joy is my driver. The rider is Jaja rider. Oh, Jah. The driver, Jaja driver. Oh, Jah. Father, yes, Daddy. Jah is my rider. Jah is my driver. Oh, Jah. Father, rider. Jah is my rider. Jah, 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 Jah. Jaja driver. It takes I for a sightseeing. Jah is my rider. The sightseeing was so real. Jah is my driver. The place was so green. Trees tall trees. Jah is my rider. Trees short trees. Jah is my driver. We place called Africa. Africa. Jah is my rider. Africa. Jah is my driver. This place called Africa. This place called Africa. Africa. Jah is my rider. You ride, I judge a rider. Drive, I judge a driver. Judge a driver. Judge a rider. Judge a driver. Oh, judge. Africa is my driver. Africa. Oh, Jaja. You ride, I Jaja. Your driver is my rider. Africa. Africa is my driver. Africa. Jaja. My rider. You ride, I Jaja. The driver, Jaja. Africa. Oh, Jaja. My rider, Jaja. The driver, Jaja.
This shit Carnival Knievel. Flip money, BMX bikes don't slide. Moving in the air, you dummy. Your dumps get lumped like bumps. Pop crews like the youngsters who back out rapping. Fans deader than the monsters. It's a shame how your brain get picked to be amongst the best. Copping trees to put a hole in your chest. I'm a slave to the way you get stuck on my vortex. Catch wreck like rotten.com and intellectual fish. Looking to get wet, I bet you ruthless. Catch you falling, you break like the car don't start. Niggas stalling. I'm brawling like that fight night. I'm 21, a champion in my prime like Mike. Fuck up everything in sight. Y'all fight like Mike in his old days. You so afraid, go run away. This nigga don't play. My hip hop rap with a dog scrap. Change rattle at the thought of a battle. For the art or the sport, y'all niggas run herd like a cattle. It's full court music. Confuse the second rate drunks, pimps, and them niggas who be users.
Rappers get hard with that shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust friends and friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all call to the battle to see what rappers get caught with that shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust friends and friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all come to the battle to really see what's happening.
Rap River Phoenix, seen it, really need it. Every night could be another Viper room repeated. People have dreamed and seen it, feel it, I'm thinking maybe this is the real world and everybody else is crazy. Couldn't have had the baby, love it and keep the habit. $50 back alley, I said snatch it. Out of the womb, pursuing my doom is looming. I'm moving, enjoying the movement by usually doing everything I probably shouldn't. Robbery couldn't get him any richer than this. I'm part of a movement, gold mine, rhyme, musically sick. Doing the shit, anything to prove to you how rude I can spit. Live and die for the same hobby. My spirit and body deciding that odds and ain't probably godly enough. Abuse this temple, know all of his followers fucked. swallowing pure nothing. For sure something can happen. Put it on rapping, double or nothing.
Rappers get caught with that shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust pleasant friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all call to the battle to see what's rappers get caught with that shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust pleasant friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all come to the battle to really see what's happening.
dark forces which were once stopped by the front door have found their way into the home through personal computers.